the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Well, here we go. 6 minutes after the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour where there's 3 good ones. Next week, it'll be 2, maybe 3. Just kick things off and get things going for the big guys to show up in 1 hour. Greg Burgess, how are you?
I'm good, brother.
Yeah, a little swagger when you said that.
Short timer.
A little swagger. It is my last day, and the reason I said there's either 2 or 3 Monday. I don't know if Adler's going to come in here and do stuff with y'all, or it's just going to be you and Speedy or whatever. Speedy is out again today. He just couldn't take it. He told his wife Terry. He said, "Look, babe," he said, "Helms has meant so much to me.
It's too emotional,
and it's too emotional for me to go through that. So I think we need to go to the beach for a week. That way, we're not there on Helms's last day." So Speedy will be back on Monday. And I will not be here. This is my official last day. I'm still going to be doing some things behind the scenes, some of those things that y'all see and get every day. I'll be doing that for a couple months and transitioning some things over. But as far as in studio every day and being a part of the show, today is the final day.
Well, time flies. It doesn't seem that long ago. I'll tell you that.
Boy, does it ever. I don't know how to feel today, and I don't know how I'm going to feel today. Like, I don't know if I should. Like, I'm truly excited about the next phase of life, the little journey that is coaching full time a college men's and women's tennis team, which I've been doing for 2 years now. At the men's side at UAB, really longer than that, but I'm not going to have this to come to every morning.
Quick.
It does, and so I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be happy, sad, both, emotional, squalling like a baby. Excited, I don't know. Relieved, I don't know how I'm gonna feel today.
Yeah, I mean, you got everything like everything else. You got things you're gonna miss and things you're not.
Well, I was one of our players. It's so funny, and I met her parents last week. They were in town from Spain, Valencia, Spain, and her dad actually. So, the daughter, the player, asked me one day about the show, and I was telling her, so she talked to her parents about it. Well, her dad now watches the show all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, he was even asking me about the show last week. And so he even asked me when we were talking, he said, "So, coming to an end." Mm-hmm. So, like, he heard the announcement and everything. And so I saw her yesterday, the player, Renee, and I said, she goes, "Coachy, tomorrow's the last day. Are you sad?" And I said, "I honestly don't know what to feel. I really don't. Like, I am a little bit.
Long, you're gonna be a little sad.
Yeah, you think? I would think so.
Yeah.
So we'll try to hold that together today.
Yeah, we'll make fun of it.
Caroline asked me yesterday in a text, my daughter, 17-year-old daughter. She said, "Dad, Mom and I want to come up there." And I said, "Listen, I've told your mother that we got 12 golden ticket seats tomorrow. It's going to be jammed
I
packed.
bet you we could squeeze them in."
And I said, "Why don't y'all come in like 6:30 to 8? Y'all do that."
Yeah, get up real early.
And she goes, "Well, I've never seen the new studio." And I just had to I said, "Well, listen, that's not my fault." Like, you
there's been an opportunity.
There's been plenty of Maddie's seen it. Maddie comes up here, like, it's and you can even drive. Like, you could have just drove up
true.
here.
That's a good point.
So,
but I believe we could squeeze them in.
And I don't know that they're going to come at all this morning, but we'll see. But we are expected a big golden ticket seat audience today. I guess we'll spin the wheel of meat today.
Really?
I don't know. I don't really want to. I will say this: if this is about me today, we won't do it, because I hate the wheel of meat. If I'm being just straight up honest on my last day,
hate's a strong word.
I can't stand it. Despise it. Do not like the wheel of meat.
Yeah.
And I know that just people are, "I'm glad you're gone now because I love the wheel of meat."
You talk bad about the wheel of meat and you're gone, pal.
I don't know why. It's a bip to me. It is a major bip. And I know people like spinning it and all that, but I just.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
You don't like it either, Greg?
But no, I don't like it to carry on more than one
That's
segment.
The thing. Do it one segment, move on. But it's hard to have 12 people spin the wheel of meat.
Who wants to spin the thing?
Well, Greg, there's a lot of people out there that want to spin the Willow Mead. And I get that. If you're coming here, and they can do that. They can do that in a commercial break.
Well, they can spin away.
They can spin the Willow Mead. They can go get Big Boy a kiss. They can pet the coyote. They can do all that in the break.
All of it's here, yeah.
But if that would be my wish.
I think we need to do it at least for 1 hour today.
Yeah, I heard you last week.
Yeah.
You were
I tried to get it to go last week. And
you were just like
nobody's up for it.
Yeah, loved it. Hey, why don't we just do it for an hour? We're going to do it for 2
Nobody
segments.
would back me on it, so forget it.
I just don't think it's good radio.
Well,
There, I said it.
Well,
People that win things.
that people really like
Well,
it.
and
People do
again,
like it.
They do. They do like it, Greg.
They do.
But there's also people that don't call in and try to win things, and they don't want to hear a
It's
Will
weird now
spinning.
the way we do it where you don't call in because we don't have any prizes, guys.
I know.
Sorry. I mean,
see, that's what I'm talking about.
but I did bring for the Willow Meat. I told you Lisa decided that she feels bad when people land on something that they don't win a prize. So we dug through some stuff at home, and I do have a box. So if you land on, like, Pip-It or Can't Have Nothing, you can get something out of this box. And it's only got like 4 or 5 things in it.
Okay.
But it's designated just for that. The people, I said, they don't care. She goes, I feel horrible for them. She said, they should get something. They can't help that it lands. That's kind of the point, but whatever. So I do have a box with a few items in it. So if it lands on Pip-It or Can't Have Nothing, I maybe even, if you think about it, Henry the horse, because the person spinning really don't get a prize.
Yeah.
Except the joy of Henry.
Yeah.
Which is a prize.
That is one of the things I like about it.
Yeah.
Is Henry the horse.
Yeah.
I have things in my office they can have if y'all don't want them, like things that I'm not going to take with me.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm talking about not trash, like Rick and Bubba stuff. There's stuff in there that, I'm like, well, I got tons of this stuff, so I'm not going to take it with me.
That's true.
Greg.
What about that picture of me and you and Speedy in there? You taking it?
I like that picture
a lot.
That
is a good picture.
I like that picture a lot. Probably won't hang it up.
Wide open there and there.
Probably won't hang it up in my office in Jacksonville.
No.
But I will probably hang that up in the house somewhere. Serious business. Like downstairs.
And every now and then pull it out. Yeah.
That is one of my favorite pictures of us.
Yeah. We were getting after it hard.
We were. Yeah, it's gonna be it's hey, lots of memories. When you do something for 15 years, and you and I were talking about this on air, off air, it has been very special. So I'll save all that for the big show.
I had more hair when you showed up.
Mine wasn't gray when I showed up.
Mine neither, but it is now.
I got a ton of gray hair now.
I got gray hair and letting loose hair.
15 years and getting up at 3:30 in the morning will wear you out.
Yeah, I wonder how that effect long term is going to be.
Gotta be. I don't know.
I'll sit there and the clock goes off, and I'm getting better about getting in bed at least at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, tell them you get up earlier at 3:30.
I get up at 2. The clock goes off at 2:15, and I'm rolling by 3:40. I mean 2:40, 3:40. No, I get in the shower, I'm out so fast, and I'm dressed. I seriously, from the time the clock goes off, I'm leaving the house within 15 minutes.
I do the same. I can do the same thing.
Yeah. Unlike women.
Oh, goodness.
But of course, Speedy don't even have to comb his hair, so he can even leave quicker. But
that's why I keep mine short. I don't comb mine either.
Nah,
run a towel through it.
Do that right there.
Yeah. Run a towel through it, and I'm good.
But that part you are not going to miss.
I am not, and Monday. I will sleep in till about. I've got some things I've got to do. I actually got to go to Atlanta Monday, but I'll leave at 5 o'clock. So even then, I'm sleeping in an hour and a half. But then come Tuesday, it's a whole different. I'm going to try to force myself to sleep till 5:36 every day.
Well, that shouldn't be hard.
I know.
See, I'm not that guy. I hear y'all talk about it because we get up so early that it affects. I can't. Saturdays, I usually get up at 8 o'clock.
I can't.
But if I really think I could stay in there longer. But I make myself get up 7:30.
I always on the weekends, my body it still wakes up at 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I force myself to back to sleep. But I only go back to sleep for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So it's like 5:30, 5:45, and I get up.
No, I can lay there.
I wish I could.
One of the few things I really enjoy sleeping. I do. I mean, I've always liked it, and I still like it.
I do too, but I don't know.
I like here's what I love. I do it a lot of times. I wake up at like 2:15 panicking that it's time to go to work and it's Saturday. And I go, wait a minute. Okay. You ain't going nowhere. That I'll do. I almost want to set the clock just to wake me up to do that.
Well, let's go pay some bills, run some commercials, and then we come back. I want to know, we'll take the next segment. I want an update on your air conditioner.
Oh, yeah. Good news.
And then the third segment, Now, I've got a story you won't believe, something that happened to me yesterday.
Whoa.
Has not happened to me in 30 years.
What?
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard us talk about Raygun before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice OX to get your discount. As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix sleep quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. All right, picture this. A stranger stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen. In moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
Welcome back. 21 minutes after the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsey alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, I know you've been getting a ton of emails. I'm seeing some things on the text board as well. Tell me about your air conditioner. Is it fixed?
It is fixed. The house was so chilly this morning when I woke up. It felt great. I want to give a shout out. What I did yesterday, so I'm trying to find something. And, if you call in the middle of the day, they've got their days lined out.
They do. They got
They're going to try to
planned
get
out.
to you when they can.
Yep.
So I said my best bet is to go local.
Okay.
And Valley Heating and Cooling.
Okay. I noticed somebody put that on the text board yesterday.
Roger came out and, got it done. He pulled the part that was bad, the motor that runs the fan.
Okay.
And was almost like, look, we don't have that. We have to order it, blah, blah, blah. But I may have. Anyway.
Did you try spinning the fan like Bubba wanted you to?
No, that was it's the fan in the unit.
Okay.
Because when I got home yesterday, I walked around the house to do it. It was running.
Really?
It's just the one in the unit that blows through the vents. That motor was out.
Okay.
Anyway, so he stops. He told me, he said, I can check. Anyway, so I was like, okay, we'll see you tomorrow after lunch. I said, I won't be home till late. Anyway, he calls me back and says, look, I found that other motor. He said, I'm going to come back up here and put it in there. So
how about
great
that?
Customer service, great job. First time I'd ever used him. And like I say, I had to go local. Because I wasn't going to get it done, and they did a great job. Shout out to Roger. He was awesome.
Roger, I'm sorry what you had to go through with Greg. I'm sure it was a party.
No, I was actually in a good mood.
Were you?
Yeah.
You were hot, but you were.
But you know what though? The upstairs one was doing
a
pretty
good job.
Yeah, no, it's probably nearly killed it. But now it'll be the next one that I'm working on.
Sure.
But it was tolerable. You could function. Like if we would have had to win another night, it wasn't bad.
Okay. Well, and honestly, it's not as humid as it has been either.
This was this time of the year. It was probably the best time to not have it. But surprisingly, with the ceiling fans going and the unit upstairs, but like I say, because there's 2 big rooms that are common that are shared up, and they got vents in the ceiling blowing, and vents coming from the floor, and that's kind of the center of the house. So it made it tolerable.
I remember one time I want to say it was like middle of September, end of September. Ours went out, and we were like, okay, we can worry about this in like April.
Yeah, because you don't run it anyway.
We went ahead and got it fixed, but it was like, do we really? If we wouldn't have had the money at that point, we could have delayed it a little bit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But September's still hot.
It is,
and we still got half of August left.
We're nowhere near out of the woods, But anyway, they got that done, got that off my plate. Boy, you done nothing worse than you heat and air being out.
Yeah, What
we're also spoiled.
We are. So we were talking in the before we got on today, and you told me an actor is about to star in a movie about John Madden, the NFL great John Madden. And the actor Madden. You told me doesn't make sense to me.
Here it is. Legendary NFL broadcaster and Super Bowl winning coach John Madden will be Nicolas Cage's next role. So Nicolas Cage,
of all people,
has been cast to play Madden in an upcoming biopic by Amazon. Okay. It said Nicolas Cage, one of the greatest and most original actors, will portray the best American. What the best of the? Anyway, I can't say. I ain't got my glasses on.
Where are your glasses today?
They're laying right here beside me. I didn't have them on. Anyway, somebody's making a movie about John Madden, and of all people. Do you see that as a fit?
I don't. Matter of fact, that's why I'm bringing it up.
But do we go? Are we just thinking in our minds because they don't look alike? He may get his mannerisms down and all that, or is he going to be typical Nicolas Cage, who he's in, most of the movies? What if he acts like the guy on Raising Arizona, which is one of my favorite movies of all time?
How about that's Mac Daddy's favorite movie?
Oh, it's hilarious.
I say that it was his favorite movie, when I was a kid. I don't know what it is now, but
that's a good one.
I know he likes "Oh Brother, Where Art There?"
That's another one.
Art there.
I can say that.
Yeah, out there, art there. I don't know, whatever it was. He liked that with Clooney.
Oh, this is kind of weird.
That's a funny movie.
Okay, listen, I don't really like this. The movie will focus on the origins of Madden's NFL video game franchise.
For those of you who can't see us, Greg now put his glasses on, and now he's all into the article.
But do you hear what I'm saying? It's not going to be about his coaching. It's going to be about his video game
experience. What?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me. So it's
it's the most profitable and highest selling digital entertainment franchise in history.
But Nicolas Cage is still going to play Madden.
He's playing Madden, but it will focus on the origins of Madden's NFL video game.
So like the business meetings and those kind of things.
I think I'm going to like that, actually. It'll show where it started and how it blew up
went
to
high
be.
pitch there for a minute.
I got on up there for effect. Okay. Next time, Greg, read the story before you start.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I find that interesting.
I will still watch it.
Because I love behind-the-scenes business stuff.
I do too.
The Social Network, I watch it every time it's on.
Have you ever seen the one that's based on Uber?
I got started it, and I didn't finish it.
It's a series. It's good.
Yeah, I started it.
I like
that type of stuff.
Yeah, I do too.
But so we get to look forward to that.
Yeah.
Well, Nicolas Cage is Madden.
Are you watching any? So, like, I'm looking up. Speaking of football, I'm seeing that we had preseason games last night. Drake May, the Patriots evidently played. Are you giving anything to this at this point?
No,
I'm not either.
It's too early because
I will say. Go ahead.
The rookie quarterbacks make me want to watch it.
Just about to say the same thing.
That's it.
I'm intrigued with that a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a ton of them.
They are.
And a ton of them that I liked in college.
Yes.
Sometimes guys get I don't know much about Drake May. Okay, I don't.
They always made a huge deal about him. And hey, Greg, obviously he's pretty good. He went in the first round. But I'm like you. It's almost like we never really got to see him play.
Right.
I don't never remember watching North Carolina play much.
But I do. You got Bo Nix, and you've got Caleb Williams, and you've got the Penix kid that's in Atlanta now.
Jaden
Daniels. And so there is a lot.
Forgot about Penix.
There's a lot to offer, and he looked pretty good when hitting his opener.
He's the one I'm predicting that's not going to do well.
Well, really?
I don't know why. One, he's had a lot of injuries. His college career was riddled with injuries.
And I'm sure there's he transferred a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure there's a couple that we're not even naming.
There he is, I'm sure.
But it does intrigue me, and I'm looking at it more like I would normally not pay attention to what's going on up there. But when they're showing him, I'm like, okay, he looks pretty good out there.
Like I was interested in Bo Nix's first game. He did well.
Yeah.
Of course, he's a local tie.
He is.
And, that part is going to be fun
J.J.
to watch.
McCarthy. I mean, that was short-lived for this year.
So, he's gone for the year.
Yeah. Spencer Rattler is another one.
Where's he at?
New Orleans.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. He was QB1 in high school on that series.
I did like that show.
Oh, it was a great show.
That was a good show. It was the other quarterback, the pro quarterback show that I didn't.
It was okay. Yeah. I didn't go, I can't wait to see this. Of course, I do that a lot anyway.
We're going to take a break, come back, and then I've got to fill you in.
Did you hear about that John Madden movie?
I did, Greg. Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe what happened to me tomorrow, and you're going to be mad that I'm just now telling you.
Okay. Can't wait.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of one-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice OX. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox. BIGVOX. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG and then V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes after the hour. Welcome back. Welcome in, whatever the case. Thank you for being a part of it. Helmsey here alongside Greg Burgess.
Hey, just before I do this, brought to you by, or whatever they're called, I want to give a shout-out to that jackwagon who's dogging me about how bad I am. I know I'm not good at this. I get it.
Who's dogging you?
No, there's a guy every day. It's pretty funny. Yeah. He's right. I'm not disagreeing, but all I'm saying is you can eat it because you got to live through it again because here's another one. Speedy will be back next week. This portion of the program is sponsored by the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home and small business. SimplySafe.com/BigBox. If you're like us, you think a lot about safety and the people and the things we all love and value most. Crime is on the rise. I don't know if y'all know that. And if you don't want to waste time with a second-rate security system, I know you can trust SimplySafe.com/BigBox as they'll get the job done to protect everything that's important to you. You'll sleep better every night knowing their 24/7 monitoring agents are standing by providing protection if someone tries to break in or emergency services are needed to be dispatched. That's where they'll be where they're needed most. We want you to have the same peace in mind, which is why you'll save 20% off a system today at SimplySafe.com/BigBox. That's 20% discount on a new system at SimplySafe.com/BigBox and take care of what matters the most. That's SimplySafe.com/BigBox to save 20% or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like SimplySafe, and you can eat it and start typing now.
I'll tell you, there was a low point. We talk about memories on the show, Greg. There was a low point for me when you and I were brought in a room. Okay, it's been years ago.
It's legit.
This really happened. It's what Greg's talking
think
about.
I'm not just. I know where you're going.
No,
and it was legit.
This was 10, 12 years ago, and we did a sports show.
Yeah, we did.
And then when we started doing the kickoff hour, Greg and I were pulled in a room and sat down and was told we should never read the brought to you bys, that Speedy should be the one to do them.
Yeah, and I didn't disagree. We were just trying to help him out.
I will say it was a pretty low point in my life because I thought I can read better than Speedy. I may not can sell it better than Speedy, but I can read better than Speedy. And
if it's a reading
contest. I got to tell you, if it was a reading contest, I was mad. But it's not. It's a selling contest. And at that point, they were right. Okay, they were right by telling us
they
that.
were completely right. But the point is, and how about this? I was kind of glad because then I could look at Speedy and go, "I'm sorry, I suck so bad. I don't have to do it. It's on you, pal."
It was like we messed laundry up at the house, and the wife told us we didn't have to do it anymore.
The great example.
but serious business. That's guys. We're being sincere and serious. That's the reason that we never read brought to you by is because we were told never to do it.
Yes, we sucked, and we did.
We did.
And look, I'll be honest. When I do best ofs, I do very little talking because I know I'm not. I'm not an announcer. I'm not good at that. I'm just not. So I try to time everything out where I don't have to say nothing.
I'll be honest. I took it personal, and I even it's like when I would host best ofs and stuff like that, and it was not any good either. But I wanted to get better at it. Like I tried to do it.
To my buddy on the text, I know it sucks. You don't have to tell me.
Funny stuff. Yesterday, something happened to me that has not happened to me in 30 years.
Wow.
I had a wreck. Yes.
Your fault?
No.
Sure? Are you sure?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Bad?
It was not even close. Not bad for my vehicle, really bad for theirs. And I felt so horrible because it was a young college girl. I don't know if she was a freshman. She was in her mom's car.
So you didn't act like a jerk.
No.
See,
matter of fact,
I've seen people that get mad. It's an accident. Now, if somebody's speeding and driving reckless, that's one thing.
I will say, Greg, is what's funny is, first of all, completely came out of nowhere. So completely blindsided me.
Oh, man.
And it scared me big time.
So you ran a red light?
No. I was actually, I'm sitting, so picture I'm sitting at a red light stopped, okay? And I'm the third car.
Yeah.
And
minding your own business.
I was actually going to get a sandwich.
Okay.
And it was like 2:30, something like that. 2:15, 2 o'clock, I don't know. Somewhere around in there. I was going to get me a sandwich. And first car pulls, second car pulls, and I pull out. I didn't pull out. I just started going. I wasn't nowhere near the light. And someone pulled out of a gas station and just completely blindsided me.
Just hit you.
Hit me, just completely. hit me. Like,
What
I
do
mean,
you
I'm
think
just
they
sitting
would-
there.
Bless her
and,
heart. I don't know what she.
Well, and so first of all, I don't know. Like, I don't know. And can I please say this to family? This is one of the things I'm going to love about me not being here every morning, airing this stuff out. Y'all don't have to text Amanda right now. I'm okay. The girl's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
it was a complete accident. It wasn't
injuries.
It was no injuries, no big deal. You don't have to go text Amanda right now and ask her, "Oh, Michael had a wreck yesterday." Y'all have
Did
to
y'all back traffic
Leave her
up?
alone. It's not a big deal. She knows about it. It was fine. Called her.
Yeah, a little whiplash. Did y'all back traffic up?
No, so I get hit.
That's a bit.
I mean, really completely had no idea this car was even in the area.
So it startled you.
I mean, yes. And
What part of your car did it hit?
front right. So they're coming out
Good
like
night.
this, and I'm just easing on, ready to go through the red light,
Bam.
and all of a sudden, bam! And when I got hit, I was close to the light. So I thought, well, I'm not stopping here. To your point, I'm gonna get all this traffic backed up. And
Was
so
her car still running? I mean,
yeah, both cars still run. So I looked in my rearview mirror. By the way, there was a police officer behind me. He saw
that
the whole
worked out
thing.
perfect.
It did. And so I pulled through the intersection and pulled over in a parking lot and sat there. And then all of a sudden she finally come over. And I'll say this, at first I was startled, and then I was inconvenienced. And then I hadn't looked at the truck, so I didn't know what kind of damage was done to it. It seemed to be driving fine, so I was like, well, it must not be that bad. And then I started getting a little frustrated. I have not got out of the car yet, and I'm like, I cannot believe this person has, that kind of thing. And then she stepped out of the car. And
Devastated.
I thought, go treat her like she's your own daughter.
Yeah, she's devastated.
Because it's going to happen to her
death.
one day. She's scared to death. She knows that, she didn't mean to, whatever. And so, anyway.
I see, here's the deal. I've had fender benders, never bad wrecks. And the majority of them were my fault.
Yeah.
So when the times that are not my fault, unless you're being, come from running by me and cut over and you're driving reckless, if it's just something like this, I go, look, it's an accident. Yeah, as long as everybody's okay, we're fine. But I see people get out and show their butt.
And there was a part of me that I had that emotion for a minute, and then, but I couldn't. The way they came in it was almost like this, like they were completely coming in at this angle. Because
I wonder what she was seeing.
I don't know. Well, I can tell you, she told me this. She said, "I thought you were letting me out."
Oh.
And I'm like, I didn't even know you were there.
Okay.
First, and she said I couldn't really tell through your windows, which tells me she was behind me because my windows are tinted a little bit. Mm-hmm. But if she was looking through there, you don't let anybody out through you let them out through the front windshield. You know?
Yeah.
And so anyway, but it was it scared me. Like I was like, what in the world just happened? And but I did. I saw her and I thought, poor thing. And we talked and we had a good. Matter of fact, what's even funnier is there was a friend with her that comes to most of the tennis matches, which was interesting.
Okay.
She was like, "Oh my," and I'm like, "Listen, this is all good. Don't worry about it. We'll get through
Everybody's
this.
good.
It's why they have
Fine.
insurance. Blah 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 blah."
Oh yeah, I've had that speech.
So there was a campus police behind me. He pulled up, and I won't give you exactly what he said, but he was like, "Well, the Jacksonville police will handle this," and he said, "So they'll be here, but soon," and they did, and we hashed it out. I got to go pick up an accident report
Where
today,
were you at?
and then right there at the red light across from the post office.
Oh yeah. Been a little busy area.
Yeah, real busy.
Yeah,
real busy.
If you'd have been stranded out in the middle there, you'd have backed some traffic up.
Yes, I would have, and that was why I went across.
I'd have just went to a Phoenix and ate.
I was. I mean, your car must have to really be hit hard for airbags to launch.
Yeah,
you
thought this was a pretty good.
Because I thought, wow. So I'm glad. I'm shocked that the airbags didn't come out of here.
Blew up all over your face. I don't want one of those to hit me. I hear it's pretty violent.
No, I don't either. But the jarring was scary enough. Like you just don't see it coming at all. Like I mean,
She had to call her parents and tell them, I've been there at that age. I had to call my parents 2 or 3 times.
Told her that. I said, listen, I know that you've had to call your parents with some bad news. And I said, listen, it just happens. It's life. And I said, and she goes, yeah, and this is my mom's car. And I'm like,
mom's not going to be happy. You got to deal with that.
Insurance. That's what insurance is for.
They're going to ask you what you thinking.
Good thing you're not a teenage boy or they'll jack your rates really high.
You ought to have been in my position. I was in college at the time, so it was a very small window. I had some fender benders, and Dad finally getting the insurance was like, hey, come on now. And he told me, he said, look, be careful. You've got insurance right now, but you cannot do anything else.
Yeah.
Next day.
No, Greg.
Crashed. It was one of those, I was on Jacksonville. You don't have a medium. You got 2 lanes going. And somebody on the outside waved me out, but I didn't think about the inside. And when I pulled out, bam. I'm talking within days. It may not have been the very next day, but it was within a week of him telling me, you can't have another wreck. I said, well, that didn't take long. So that was a sign of things to come at the university. And it didn't turn out very well.
Well, I told she tried to say a couple things. This guy, somebody said he had a wreck one time, and he said it sounded similar to mine, and it was an 18-year-old girl, and they tried to tell the police that he ran the red light. She tried to say a few things yesterday, and I was just like, listen, I said, take this from an old 46-year-old man. There's nothing you can really say that this will go your way. Like, it's just, I mean, it's and not to mention that there was a police officer that witnessed the whole thing. So. And that guy didn't have that. So
now that's when I do get mad, when everybody gets out pointing and trying to say,
I know. And I know emotions run high and all that. I get it. I was actually proud of myself. I'll be Trump. I'm proud of myself.
I'm very, very proud of myself.
Because I didn't. But the minute I saw this poor little girl, I thought, golly, I pictured Caroline. That's what I did. I just went there. I said, you know what? Yeah. This is going to happen to her one day, and I hope somebody treats her the way I'm about to treat this girl. So that's the approach I had to take, because there is a Helms in me that would have went berserk,
Yeah.
But I have not had a wreck in 30 years. I was thinking last night, I had one when I was 17. I may have been 16, but right at 30 years since I've had a wreck. And the time in which I had a wreck when I was 16, it wasn't my fault. I had somebody pull out in front of me there. That was a little different. I was just going down a highway. Yeah. And a car pulled out in front of me. It was the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
And I either had an opportunity to hit them or run off in this ravine ditch thing, and I chose to hit them.
Yeah, while slamming your brakes. Yeah. Best you could do.
Yep. So, but that was my day yesterday.
You got it done. That's good.
So, yeah, that was
I could have been coming through there. Good thing I wasn't in it.
There was about 40, 45 minutes that was my day yesterday.
You were dealing with
I had no idea that I was going to have to deal with it.
Heart.
So, yep.
So her parents are happy today.
We'll get the truck, I guess, fixed at some point. It's not bad at all. Matter of fact, if you just look at it, you can't even tell.
Oh, well, you came out good.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
As fall approaches, you have a lot to prepare for. Back to school, sporting events, family gatherings, and staying on top of your health. The virus that causes COVID-19 continues to evolve. So this fall, no matter what you're prepping for, you can prioritize your family's health and make a game plan for COVID-19 vaccination. Ask your doctor or pharmacist to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycons, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
6 minutes to the top of the hour. At that time, Rick, Bubba, Adler, they all join us, and we'll go for a few more hours together. Golden ticket seat audience in today. We've got a big crowd coming, probably about 12 people if everybody shows up. So looking forward to seeing them. We'll spin that wheel of meat, and I'm excited about that. Speedy out. This will be his last day out. He'll be back on Monday. My last day. This is Helmsey alongside Greg Burgess. Yesterday, I got a text from my son, and he said, hey, just a heads up, my Snapchat account has been hacked.
This hacking stuff.
And he said, if you get a message from this person, no, it's not me. And I'm like, okay. Kind of going through my day. At that point, I didn't know I was going to have a wreck. And I thought, okay, well, that's good. He said, here's my new account. I've started a new account. But then as the day went on, Amanda started getting messages from, like, some of his friends' parents thinking he was, like, in trouble or, in need and all this. And so what happened, and this is just letting the audience know it's a scam. So how it got and he messed up. He gave information that he shouldn't have, but the problem was it came from one of his good friends and their account.
That's how they get you.
And so the account sent him as one of his buddies, and it said, "Hey, I'm in trouble. I need $200.
Oh no!
In order to get it, I'm going to send you this code and whatever." And so he does this, and then of course they take over his account. So now this person has his friend's account and this account, and so then they send a similar message from Braden's account saying to one of the other friends, "Hey, I need $200. I'm in trouble, whatever." Well, one of his buddies went to his mom and said, "Hey, I'm getting a weird message from Braden saying he needs help, and I'm supposed to send a code."
What in the world?
And it's like, "Do you think this is legit? Do you think Braden's like in trouble? Like, what's going on?" And so this mom reached out to Amanda and said, "Hey, is everything okay?" And Amanda's like, "Well, he's up at Wallace. I mean, I don't think everything's fine. I mean, I think everything's fine."
I hadn't heard nothing.
And so about that time, he's telling us that his account's been hacked. And so we then had the information.
Isn't that crazy how they do that?
So,
my goodness.
So I got to thinking about it on the way home. I thought, well, he probably still needs to try to take over that account if he can, because you don't want him. People don't need. Your friends don't need to be reached out to by this random person. See if we can shut that account down. I know you've created a new one, and that's all you're worried about. But we need to end this one if we can. And so he sent me a message last night. I meant to see what time he sent. It was 9:13. I was already asleep, and he tried to reset the password so he could actually get in, but they've already changed everything under that account, email, the whole thing, and so.
How about the old hackers?
Yeah. So if you're listening and you were friends with Braden on Snapchat, that's not him that needs code and money.
He ain't snapping.
Yeah, he's fine. He's not in trouble.
He don't need $200.
He doesn't need not at all. So he's still got plenty of that graduation money he's holding on to. He doesn't spend. He's low maintenance, man. I wish all mine were like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he's got a new Snapchat account, and
for now
we were able to do that yesterday until it gets hacked. But he gave them the information that allowed them to get into the account. But again, it came from one of his buddies' account that had already been hacked, and he thought it was legit. He was like, "Gosh, so and so's in trouble."
You got to watch them. They're pretty savvy.
They are.
Of course, I mean, ask Adler.
So our family got hacked on social media yesterday, and I had a wreck. And a good one, Amanda on the way home last night.
Crappy day.
Amanda's like, "I hate Braden's account got hacked and all that." I said, "Well, look at the bright side. I didn't have a wreck today."
Yeah, some chick hit him out of the blue.
Greg, she was sweet. Sweet as can be.
Some chick not paying attention.
She made a mistake. Not a big deal. That's what I was telling myself.
Yeah.
Because inside I was screaming.
You want to get and go, what the
I really did.
You thinking?
I really did. It's like, how in the world did this
went
happen?
the right route. I'm the same way. I try not to be. Now, if it's somebody who's pointing at me claiming I did something.
Now, if that would have been, I could have easily flipped the other way, but I didn't.
See, that's different.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But I had a good streak. I told Amanda last night I had a really good streak going. I feel down about it, and she's like, "But it's not your fault." I said, "It doesn't matter. I still had a wreck.
I can't
still
remember
an accident. Last time I had still got to go pick up an accident report, whether it's my fault or not." When is the last time?
Is letting your truck roll down the hill, crash in there, and if you're not in it, does that count as having a wreck?
No. Okay. That's a great story,
Yeah,
but that's not you
not
having
really
a wreck. No. When is the last time?
I think I was on my way home one night, and of course, my luck, the one guy that I have a wreck with, and it's not my fault, he doesn't have insurance. And I was going, and he turned. Just I had the right of way. I mean, and he cut in front of me, caused a pile up, and he had no insurance. So.
Well, I knew I was in good shape yesterday when she got out of her car and she had her insurance app already ready and her driver's license. She was prepared.
Sounds like she's done this before.
Greg. All right, boys, join us next. We'll hash it out for 4 hours. Don't go anywhere.
That's your last kickoff hour, son.
It is. Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here we go. 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is done. We join the fellas and start another hour. This one starts with the national anthem. We are off. Here we go. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show rolling now. As mentioned, Helmsey and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour. Speedy on vacation. He should return on Monday. We say goodbye to Michael Helms today. Helmsey's final day, working day every day here at the show. Moving on to the next step in his life. We'll chat about that a little bit on the program today. Eddie Van Adler settles in. The YouTube experience now enhanced. We welcome all of you on YouTube, whether you're watching live or archive, or maybe you've got a best of hour as a Blaze TV subscriber. We're glad you're here. On the audio side, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you got an affiliate, tell them thank you. If you don't have an affiliate, you can still catch it live, listening to the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, or catching it on the archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. There's no reason you should miss any of the Rick and Bubba Show, either live or on your own time. There goes Greg. Good to see him. So we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Boy, that sounds good. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever the case may be. That is nice right there, Rick. That is nice.
This thing. How about this? How about that? There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. Hey, Bubba.
Nice. That was nice. Good morning, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, people who cannot believe the country we're living in today. Welcome to another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Mission Temple fireworks stand. Bubba, how do you?
How do. Glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the Friday edition. A lot of moving parts today.
I'm telling you.
Speedy's still out.
Yep.
But we will be celebrating the last day
Michael
of
Harris.
15 or 16-year-old 15-year vet Michael Helms.
It's not good when you look. You heard what happened with the attempted on the streaming music, and now they're all down looking underneath something in the production room where servers and things are. That can't be good. I mean, I don't know.
It's not. It's not good. We there's something going on with the phone computer.
Yeah.
It's given a message I hadn't seen in a while.
Yeah.
And that the message is given usually means, baby, she's gone.
Oh, really?
Baby, she's gone.
And so I hit a couple buttons to see if that was the actual case, and it looks like it may be. So I may have to make a phone call here in a minute. It's the one that does the phone screening computer.
So we don't have any phones?
Right now we do not. Well, they can call, and you'll see it pop up there. You could take them from there probably.
Right, on the screen.
The computer that runs the software, it looks like
most of
she's seen her better day.
Yeah, most of them sound unscreened anyway once they get on there.
Well, that's so rare for a Mac to go down like that.
Yeah, well, it's not a Mac.
Right.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's
this wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that we don't have any batteries for the keyboard.
Bubba solved that. Bubba solved that yesterday.
I took care of batteries. There's batteries for every keyboard around.
Well, we've been swapping them out as we need them.
Random text.
Well, it just
yesterday.
It just seems
hey, I got
odd.
your battery.
It just seems odd that we've been keep moving the batteries around every day, and now it's not working.
Well, of course, I had fun with Greg this morning too.
It might be.
No, it's got nothing to do with it.
Well,
that's the keyboard.
But I did try to. I knew that Bubba had come through with the batteries,
right?
But I couldn't let it go. This morning I come in, I said, Greg, because he said he was going to get them.
Oh, yeah,
I said, hey, Greg,
I
said, did you get those AAA batteries? He was like, God.
How about I got up this morning and said, I know I got some in the drawer.
Greg, don't worry, I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Bubba got it.
Well, I'm just saying, Greg, if I went outside, you look around, I kept piddling around with the rim of my tire, and then one day you say, hey, my tire's flat. You go, well, I remember you messing with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not outrageous.
It is, but that would be like, if a sudden under the hood was wrong, but I was messing with your tire.
Well,
that's not possible.
Well, I'd say I noticed there's something wrong with your car, and now there's really something wrong with it.
A flat tire would keep your engine from cranking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Same thing here.
Yeah, this one is
not going to affect the service.
This is one of those.
Sounds a lot of keeping around with the screening system, and now it's not working.
This is an operating system kind of thing. That's an amazing picture.
That's our phones. That's all we got.
Let me tell you what's funny. So we come in here.
I like that.
And we never know what y'all been talking about. And then we'll see text. If we hear some of it on the way in, but I don't have a very long ride, so I'll miss it. So I see something, and I see somebody that says she'll grow up one day to be another woman driver. So I assume that's what was with Helmsley's deal. Here's my favorite. Mom's Facebook was hacked last year. They started selling expensive puppies and claimed Dad was cheating on Mom.
Well, the reason they're talking about hacking is because Braden's Snapchat account got hacked yesterday, and there were some parents reaching out going, "Is Braden okay?" Of course, the man was worried, and Braden had texted me and said, "Hey, Dad, you need to add me this account." They were asking for money. Of course, Braden did the wrong thing.
Oh no!
It was hacked.
No,
and they asked him. He thought it was coming from one of his friends from their accounts, and it was. They'd hacked his friend's account first.
Yeah.
And Braden gave him a code or whatever. Then they got into his. And so anyway,
have you? What about this one? I don't know if Helms has seen Joe Rogan's bit on the tennis instructor. Have you seen that?
I have not.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either. Not. So there you go. And then there's that cool deer picture we got. So there we go.
And that one.
What was Ed Helms doing?
Yeah, right.
He was saluting someone.
Right. Here's one person says, "Yay, no phones. I'm thankful." Well, they haven't exactly. I wouldn't say the show doesn't. Live or die on the foundation.
I'll say.
Thankfully,
can I? Well, last day, Helms, don't stir everybody up.
Oh no, that's the time to stir everybody up.
I'll say this then. If I were you in the new show, I'd never take a phone call. Never once. There was a time I listened to
the quality of them and all that. It's gotten harder.
I listen to Colin.
You can't lean on him as much.
A lot, and I don't. I've said this before. I don't agree with everything he says, but I do like the way he does the show and presents things and presents facts, and then you can develop your opinion off that.
Sure. What a concept.
But when he took a lot of phone calls, and then he made the decision to not take phone calls when he went to Fox or wherever he's at.
Right.
And it has been the best thing ever.
Well, I think you'll see.
Because I want to hear as a listener, I want to hear Cowherd.
Right.
I don't want to hear Billy Joe's take on whatever. I'll just hang out with Billy Joe if I want that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but some shows, need the callers.
Well, Feinbaum's made a very good living off of it.
In fact, I don't like it when he doesn't do callers.
Yeah, it's just all according to how the show's set up. You're right.
I want Jim from Tuscaloosa.
16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Starred Scott Baio and Jodie Foster, to name a few. I did not know this. I was told in the break that on the movie, though, on some of the songs, the ones some we're about to hear, adults sang the songs. The children and the actors in it didn't even sing. And in this production, the children do every bit of it. They do the singing and the acting and do it all. So with us this morning, we've got Zach Baldwin, who plays Dandy Dan. There he is. We've got David Strickland, plays Bugsy Malone. Rebecca Butler is Blousy. There's Rebecca. You remember her when she came and sang for us in the fall. She was Annie. Chelsea Brock, who played Captain Hook in Peter Pan, is Tallulah in this one. Christina Brand is Fizzy. How you doing, Christina? And also Hannah Sizemore is O'Dreary. And Hannah's here this morning, and of course Boomer, who y'all have all watched and heard grow up here on the program. To no one's surprise, having Uncle Bubba and me being his dad playing Fat Sam. So I don't know if that was on purpose or it just kind of worked out that way. But they will be performing this week at the Historic Alabama Theater. And also, I was reminded, if your child is interested in wanting to audition for their next production, which will be the fall production, that will be Music Man. And can you just go to the website to find out about that?
Yeah, I don't know if anything's up yet. It's going to be probably the second week of August, 14th through the 16th. And, yeah, there will be information on the website, or they can call for more information, the phone number.
205-423-9090. We have everything, their information, quick link off of our website at rickandbubba.com. mcpac.org is the website. First of all, we're going to do a number, and then we will have a solo from Christina Brand. Christina has auditioned for American Idol Junior, for all you American Idol fans, and did very well. So she will do a solo for us here in just a minute. But first, here's the actors that we have with us this morning and their rendition. This one's called "Give a Little Love." Is that right? Yeah. From Bugsy Malone Jr. Yeah, sure. Look, this show, we've done this before. We had one time where
they can't hear.
Where the CD, yeah, there's no way for them to hear the CD. So that's there you go. There you go. Now you're ready. You ready, big man? All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. And let me hear you say everything's okay. All right, so let's set the stage a little bit on things that you need to know. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Bubba and I had a really intriguing conversation yesterday with Francisco Marquez. He's a lawyer, political commentator, and at one time a political prisoner in Venezuela. And we talked to him about he's now in the United States, about what's going on in Venezuela right now. And it was very, very intriguing. He also, of course, I hope will listen, sends a warning. And he handled that with kid gloves. He wasn't trying to be overly political or pick a political party or anything like that, but he was just stating facts on what happens when socialists take over.
Yeah.
And how they sell themselves, what they do to their opponents, what they do once they get in charge. And there's a lot. What's going on in Venezuela right now is a biggie.
So many people tell us, Rick, they say, I don't know what to believe. I don't know, you know, I hear so much and this and on the internet and one thing and another. Well, this guy was there. He lived there. He's lived it. He's been in prison. He's now in the United States, and he is fighting for democracy to be back and brought back to Venezuela. Mm-hmm. And it's very intriguing. I wanted to ask him about how it got started, and we talked a lot about how that initial election went when Hugo Chavez won, and then he took absolute control of everything.
Yeah, and then just passed it on to his new fellow.
Yeah, and even him being a dictator, it looks like lost the last election, but will not acknowledge it.
And lost it big time.
Yeah.
And you know what he did? There was one candidate that was getting like 90% of the vote, and guess what he did? He didn't let her run. He took her candidacy away.
Right. And you go, well, what for what reason? Well, just cause.
Just cause.
Yeah.
So if there was someone that thought that anytime someone looks like they can beat them, they do something that's odd. You may have heard it before. They like to try to put them in jail. They like to keep them from running. Have you ever heard? Something about that sounds familiar.
Well, there's several things about this. One, it's educational as to what's going on in Venezuela from somebody who's been there.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. There's some history there about how it all got started and a nice tie-in to things that are going on in the United States that he also warned us against. So
correct.
You need to, you really need to hear that if you are looking for people who've been there and had hands-on in some of these situations. He's done it.
Yep. Also, thank you to everybody for your well wishes yesterday on Sherry's birthday. We had a wonderful, wonderful day celebrating her. It was interesting. She made the point yesterday, you know, birthdays, if you're tied to something like this show, she said, I've heard from people today I haven't heard from in years because they find out it's your birthday through, the platforms that the show has been blessed to have. And so it was a great day, and took her out to one of her favorite restaurants last night. We had a great day, and she just wanted to say thank you to all of you for well wishes yesterday, and everything went great. It sounds like the other person who had a birthday yesterday, Braden Helms, his birthday didn't go as well, considering his Snapchat account was stolen.
Yeah, it got hacked.
Right. Well, the Chi-Coms will do that.
Yeah, they will. Yeah. They will. So anyway, and we do want to, we'll do it throughout the show, but we're going to be saying goodbye to Helms today. I know y'all hit that a little bit in the kickoff hour, and Helms, I know you don't want to go to squalling.
I don't know how to feel, really. I mean, I'm excited about the next journey, but when you close out 15 years, by the way, this is the longest time I've ever worked at a job by far.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay,
by far.
Yeah.
Before that, it was like 3 or 4 years, move. 3 or 4 years, move. 3 or 4 years, all in the IT industry.
What about that car rental
and so
career?
Yeah, how about that? I forgot about that, Greg. That was short-lived.
Hey, Greg won't.
No, that was 6 months of.
Ask Adler.
Goodness.
When he said that he sucked his time in the vacuum cleaner for the last time.
Yeah, that's when
I
I
had
knew.
to clean the car.
I got home at lunch that day, and Amanda was like, "What are you doing home?" She was working night shift at the time. We'd just gotten married.
Yeah.
And she said, "What are you doing home?" And I said, "I'm done." I said, I sucked my tie in a vacuum cleaner for the last time. I will not do it again. And she goes, "You quit?" I said, "I did." Yep. I said, I'm not going to
renting vehicles.
At Enterprise Rent a Car. I'm not. I'm just not going to do that.
You try things.
Yeah.
Like we said, Bubba and I have talked about this. We did a lot of jobs that didn't help us figure out what we were going to do, but it sure did help us to decide some things we won't.
Yeah.
And that was one of those moments.
So, but yeah, I don't know how to feel today. as I was coming in this morning, I realized, okay, so I mean, I'm starting to do this. It's the last time. It's the last time. Greg mentioned it when we went to the break before you guys came in here. It's the last kickoff hour. It's the last drive in. It's all those things. And I don't know, like, I am excited for the new journey, but I don't know, like, I got these just mixed emotions everywhere. And I'm sure I'll get to squalling at some point today, because it's 15 years of my life hanging out with some of my best friends on the planet. And not everybody gets to do that.
You know, and then you and Speedy and Greg, you know, we talk about the Good Time Gang, and you guys, because y'all did the Sports Czars, like you mentioned the other day, y'all have your own little circle too. And honestly, I didn't want to say anything about it. I was going to the bathroom, and I caught Greg over in the corner getting a little emotional. And
well, it is why Speedy's not here this week. A lot of people think that he's just needed a vacation with his wife, but he truly couldn't handle it emotionally.
He couldn't take it.
Yeah, he couldn't take
it. His dad's already sent me the sweetest text ever, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you for that.
What a kind man. Sometimes it's hard to believe that that's Speedy's dad.
I know. He did.
Or maybe that Speedy's his son.
Maybe. Well,
yeah. Maybe that's how you say
it. 6 one way, half a dozen another. You know?
So yeah, we're closing out a chapter today. So
as we say goodbye to Helms today, I think it's important we remember about how he was hired to begin with.
Yes, we got to do that. Basically, he was a friend of yours.
Well, he was brought on to help us find an IT person.
Yes, he was,
and it was going to be our headhunter.
Never left.
And as he got his list together, he said, "Hey, how about I do it?"
You know what?
It was a great move.
Well, I mean, you know, if you think about it, in any industry, if that's your industry, and I owned an IT business at the time, and I actually worked for an IT business at the time. I had 2 things going then too. I've always had multiple things going on, and it when you think about it, it is funny how Bubba presents it. But I'm an IT guy, and I'm running an IT business. It would be really good for my business if I took this on as an account.
Yeah.
And the on-air piece, I didn't really care anything about, didn't know anything about it. And it's funny, and a lot of people don't know this. Prior to, like, me being here for a year, we never came in the studio. Like, Greg and I, some of my best memories of the show, we were in the back, and y'all would just bring us in if you needed something.
Right.
Like, we had our own little world in there, and we were doing our own show without y'all.
I bet you were.
During that. And it was some of the most, it was precious. And Greenwood was still there at the time. He was kind of transitioning out as I was coming in. So I want you to picture this. There was about 6 months to a year where Greg, Greenwood, and myself were back there away from y'all having a ball for 4 or 5 hours.
No, yeah. Bubba and I'll come out, we'll talk more about that. But, you know, some of the shows that we really liked, they always interacted with all the support staff as well and would bring them in. Yeah. And that's always been our deal because we're looking for content anywhere. So if you're working here, you're going to end up on the air.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If we try to understand, no doubt about it, it must be worthwhile. Good friends who tend to make you smile. We could have been anything that we wanted to be. Wanted to be. If that decision was ours. Yes, that decision was ours. If we were divided, but friendship goes.
Bugsy Malone will be performed this Thursday and Friday. We do have a solo in this one that I'm going to tell you, she performed it the other night at a little showcase, and she did extremely well. And I immediately went over and said, who was that? Because, I kind of got that feeling when you saw Whitney Houston, like when they show her in the when she was like in the little choir thing performing at the church. I don't want to build it up so much and the little girl go, hey, thanks for it. But,
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, but I don't think she cares because I think she's a natural. But playing the role of Fizzy and auditioning for American Idol Junior, so we may see her again, Christina Brennan. And the name of the song is Tomorrow. Now, this is not the Tomorrow like from Annie. This is a different Tomorrow. So here she is.
Tomorrow never comes. What kind of a fool do they take me for? Tomorrow, a resting place for fun, a trap set in the slums. But I know the score. I won't take no for an answer. I was born to be a dancer now. Yeah. Anyone who feels the rhythm moving through 'em knows it's gonna do 'em good to let the music burst out. When you feel sure to let the people know it's that you let loose until your scream becomes a luxury. Tomorrow's far away. Tomorrow, they say, is reserved for dreams. Tomorrow's looking great. A playground, always a lot. Trains, no winning team. I won't take no for an answer. I was born to be a dancer now. Yeah. Tomorrow.
How about that right there? Well done, Christina Brennan. And there they are, the cats. Well done. For Bugsy Malone Jr., you can find out more about it by going to our website. And all of it's there. Just call 205-423-9090. You all are always a pleasure to watch. If you've never seen one of these and you're in town or you live here, make plans to go by and see it. I promise it will be something you and the family will enjoy. And looking forward to it. And got extra public appearance this time we normally don't have, which is Thursday night. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so if you are considering earbuds, let me save you a lot of money. Use buyraycon.com/bigbox. Go there right now. You're going to find these everyday earbuds from Raycon. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. They've added ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity, and active noise cancellation to all the other wonderful features like sound profiles based on what you're listening to, optimized gel tips for a good custom fit, and they do stay in place. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, and now we're getting you another 15% off, and we're getting you free shipping. I mean, what else? You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com and under the sponsors button. So get these everyday earbuds. You're going to love us for these. You're going to save a lot of money, and you can listen to the Rick and Bubba archives every day, listen to your favorite music, listen to podcasts, all on outstanding earbuds that you pay about half the price of the others. So there's never been a better time than right now. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or just use the sponsors button link at rickandbubba.com. So, Helmsey, one of the things we were going to talk about, we're talking about your history with the show. People are saying basically you pulled a ray gun. You were in charge of the IT, and you put your company in charge of our IT needs.
Of course, I actually won the gold medal.
That's correct. That's different.
I may get in here, but what I do and how I handle it determines how long I stay.
Bubba is certainly more technologically advanced than I will ever be, but we both were realizing that this IT world was a little out in front, way out in front of me, and somewhat out in front of Bubba. And when you had IT people that you were hiring to do work, honestly, and Bubba and I had this conversation, I didn't understand their language.
Yeah.
If they told you that something was going on, I had no way to refute that because I didn't understand their language. And I had other people who had companies at the time, and they said, yeah, we're having the same problem. I mean, if an IT person says fill in the blank takes me 6 hours, well, I don't know whether it really does or not. I don't even know what they're talking about. Or, hey, you don't understand. The reason why I didn't get that done today is it's this, you have to do this, and you have to do that, and do this. And then when you decided, well, let's have a meeting, they say, well, that meeting's going to last 3 hours. And you're like, what? and so really, we brought you in as, I guess that's what your company did, is to be an interpreter and say, check out our IT world and come back and give us a report.
Look under the hood, see what's going on.
Look under the hood and see if this is efficient, see if the job is being done, and is the information we're getting accurate. And, of course, you came back with that assessment and ultimately ended up just taking it over.
Yeah, what's funny is I'll never forget being at Bubba's house, and he may not remember this, and Betty was there. It was when Tim Tebow was playing. And Florida and Arkansas were playing a football game, and we were just hanging out watching that. And I remember going to get a snack, and Betty saying, "Can't you just do this, Helms?" She kind of planted that seed.
Okay.
And I was like, "Yeah, probably, but listen, I got a full-time job." See, y'all, I had a full-time job in Atlanta and covered all of Alabama and part of Georgia as an account rep for a medical company, software medical company. Then on the side, had an IT business that was part of a franchise where I had at the time I had 5 to 7 techs that would go out and work on businesses and homes and stuff like that. I had a lot going on. And so for me my first thought was I will just send some techs over from the company and I'll keep my Atlanta job. Well, then I realized through conversations with y'all, there's no way that's going to work out. Then when I started seeing the infrastructure of the IT part of it, I thought, I can't send these techs over there. I need to really spend some time. And all this was playing out over a month. And I remember you coming into the office, and this kind of caught me off guard. And Greg and I were back there playing Grab A, and and we were. And about a week or two had gone by, and you came in there and said, hey, listen, I don't know how you worded it, but it was something like, hey, there's a couple extra microphones in there. I need y'all to be in there engaged as much as possible. And I'm thinking, yeah, but I don't know that I can do that and this. And you said, listen, I know you've inherited something here that you've kind of got to dig into, but as the days go on and the month, try to gravitate into this area a little bit. And so we did. And I even remember the first few times that I sat in, you wouldn't cut my mic on, and so I was like, okay, I didn't even know whose mic was who. I didn't even know what a board looked like and all that. So I would look down and I'd say, okay, I don't think he's cut my mic on, whatever. And so I just kind of sit there and hang out. And what was good for me is when you would say something, oh, it's in show notes, or oh, this is that, I would hear it and go, okay, well, it's actually not in show notes. I need to go put it in show notes.
Right.
And so that was a good way for me to just be engaged with the show and understand what's going on from that side of it. And then that morphed into, you would cut my mic on if you felt like I was going to bring something to the table. And then probably a few weeks went by, maybe a couple months, and I noticed that you were getting in the habit of just putting all the mics on. Well, then that makes me nervous because I'm like, hey, does this mean he wants me to talk more? Does this mean I don't know. And I'm just still kind of filling things out because this is all new to me. And I remember after I even got to a point where, and I know some people wish I would do this now, where I would do this. If I talked if I had a segment where I said anything, I'd write down the time.
Right.
And I would not say another thing for 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
That was the thing I did in my head.
Yeah.
And then it got to be a point months later where I thought, okay, wow, really looking over here, and I'm engaged and all this. And you may not remember this, but I walked in your office after about 6 or 8 months, and I said, am I talking too much? And I'll never forget your answers because it was so to the point. You said, trust me, if you were, I would tell you.
Right.
And you just said, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing fine. And so from there, it just kind of morphed into what it is today. And the fact that we did a sports show, and then after the sports show did the kickoff hour, I've been able to do things that I never thought. Hosting best ofs, people don't realize you don't just sit here and push a button in best ofs. You're running the board, you're playing music, you're timing it down, you're bringing out the bit, you're reading best brought to you by us. And so all these things are going on. So learning to do that, like all these things that I never thought that I would be a part of. Just on the business side of it is amazing. It's very fortunate to learn all that.
I want to go back to something you said about you'd write the time down and not say anything for 30. Can you teach some other people that?
I did. I was so conscious about it. I would do that, and I'd put like a check to let me know. Okay, you said a couple things there. Don't say anything else for a while.
Well, the way it is from the point of view over here is, I mean, I like that we don't plan the show. I don't think we tried it one time.
That caught me off guard too.
Well, I think that one time we tried that and it didn't go well. I think we made some bizarre commitment we were going to do that and it didn't go well. But the point is, just like when you guys were staying in the back, the show is so fluid. I can't say stay back here and do this, this, and this until this segment,
right?
Because on this segment we need y'all. Yeah. What it is you have this band of brothers. And that's why I started opening the mics, and sometimes that's to the show's demise because people call for don't listen or sniff or chew or whatever. But
okay, we know who you're talking about, Rick. Go ahead.
Well, I actually was talking about Greg. But anyway, but what I'm talking about is
I'm the sniffer.
But what I'm talking about is when people have comments that may be gold. Well, if you don't have the mics on,
you miss it.
No one's planning, hey, Rick, in a minute, you can go ahead and cut my mic off now because I have something I'm going to say that's going to be hilarious. Yeah. Because we're all responding to the story. Yep. We're responding to the caller. We're responding to
the video or audio we play.
The video, audio. Yeah. So, and none of us know whether we have anything to bring or not. Yeah. And then, sometimes you may think somebody's going to bring something and they don't. So then sometimes you go, well, I need to help out here. And so there's just no way to plan.
I know who you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. No.
You're looking at me again.
I'm saying about all of us.
We've all done it.
Now, over here's a little different because I have to get us in and out of the breaks and set up all the segments. So if I look over there and y'all all have left me, I've had people before say, well, you talk too much. I said, didn't plan on it.
Yeah.
I just looked around, didn't have any help. Yeah. So it's not, I can't not say anything.
No, I know.
So what I'm doing is trying to keep it moving. But there's no way to plan.
No.
Go back in your office now and come back in here. We just don't plan that much.
Yeah.
There's no way to plan anybody's comments. No. Really. Unless somebody says, I got something.
We used to do this.
And we do have something coming up that I'm really looking forward to.
We
do have one thing planned today.
Y'all would be doing a segment, and Speedy go, wait a minute, is Ryan in here? And then he'd run out and had to get him. That's why, that was the old way. We'd be back there, he'd come out in the hall hollering at us.
Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. And I think what's been great over the years is like, and listen to what I'm saying because it's important. When Don Juan left the show, we didn't replace Don Juan. Greg came in and then brought what only Greg brings to the show. Don Juan brought only what Don Juan could bring to the show. When Ryan left, we didn't replace Ryan with Helms. We brought Helms in for what Helms could bring to the table. As far as the program, I'm not talking about off the air.
So you're saying Vinnie Vincent was no Ace Frehley?
Absolutely not.
Well, he was his own thing.
What I'm saying is everybody in here brings something unique.
I saw him live.
And if that person goes, there's no replacing them. You just have the elements left of what everybody brings that's still there, on anything. And if you bring somebody new in, that person now brings a new element to the show. They're not replacing the person who left because you can't replace people's unique personalities. Right. It's impossible.
Well, honestly, the first few years, just open book here, I was trying to be somebody I wasn't. I was trying to be sharp.
we
I
all
was
went
trying
through
to
that.
be
sharp.
Well, because
we all went through
you're
that. I went through
doing
that, yeah.
you're on a radio and television show. Like you want everybody to like you, and I realized real quick
Well, good luck with that.
it doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to do that. And so I quickly learned to just kill people with kindness and go. Because I would try to argue with them at first, and to your point we made the other day, you can't reason with unreasonable people. But I will say this too: there have been situations where people have reached out to me, and I've said, you know what, you were right. I apologize.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have said that.
Absolutely.
I shouldn't have handled it this way. You've changed my opinion on this,
That's
whatever
right.
the case may be.
That's right.
It's
it's a montage.
and some of them are just. Some of them I've even gone back to the unreasonable. I've gone that route, and they still come back and dog me.
Yeah, well,
I just agreed with you. Like, what are you talking about?
My favorite is somebody makes an accusation and you clarify it, and they're still mad. And you go, okay,
Right.
I tried. I tried. And then there's some people that the reason they don't like you is the very reason you're doing the right thing.
Right, exactly.
Which
is the majority of the time.
There's some of those too.
Yeah.
13 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour, and we'll do this on and off throughout the show today. Golden ticket seats are coming up a little bit later on. Our guests will be here. Looking forward to seeing all of you today. Helmsey's last day on the program, and Bubba, you had some stuff?
Well, I just, I had a real long speech for Michael that we were going to give him, on the big year ender. But since he's leaving early, I thought I just, I needed to.
Oh, my.
But no, I just want to say thank you for everything. We were friends before this.
Yeah. Yep.
We're going to be friends after. And thank you for everything you've done. It's been great. And, we really snagged lightning here, and you were part of it for 15 years, and we appreciate it.
Well,
we're going to miss you.
Thank y'all, and I'm going to miss y'all. It is. I don't know what to do on the – it's kind of like when the president leaves the White House, does he stay in politics? Or does when the old coach leaves a team, does he go by and see the crew? You don't want to be a bip. You want to manage it appropriately. But like I'm going to see, I think I'll see Greg more than probably anybody other than Bubba. But Bubba's may be in the same building as me every day, but we're running in two different directions. So I don't know. I went by yesterday to see if he was in his office, and I was going to say hello. So I'm going to get to see him. But like
I was there, you just didn't see me.
Yeah.
So, he was hid. And
so I just it's one of those things where I don't know. Like I don't want to. Hey guys, I'm gonna run by and say hello because I don't want to be that bip because I know what that meant when I was here. You know what I mean?
No, bip out.
So
I mean, there's.
And I may be so busy that I never even think about. I don't know. It's just I don't know how to feel today.
Helms.
By the way, that's a tough truth you just mentioned, but it really is true. Every time you show up unannounced, everybody's not always thrilled.
They're not, and not because of me, but maybe because of what's going on in their day. That's the thing that people don't realize.
They're in the middle of something.
The first time I met Helms is I called him and invited him to be on the tennis team. And he turned me down.
That's funny. I've heard y'all talk about that before.
And so I think that story has evolved over the years that I got him into tennis, which
you didn't, but you got. I'll tell you this:
we were all there kind of at the beginning when we all jumped into it.
Mm-hmm.
You took me to a different place in tennis, though. I will say that. Like you didn't get me into tennis, but you took me to a place in that sport that really ultimately launched what has happened over the last 15 to 20 years in that sport. And so that was the beginning. And then what's happened in college, and I would be remiss if I didn't say this, Justin DeSanto, who is the coach at Dartmouth right now, he's the one that hired me at UAB on the men's side. And I think if it's not for Justin DeSanto, I'm not getting the opportunities I'm getting. Right. He gave me an opportunity when probably most people wouldn't have.
Right.
And just like you guys giving me an opportunity, you go make the best of it. And I'll let him speak for what I meant to him in that program. I won't do that. But he gave me an opportunity. I'm so appreciative. I thank him every time I talk to him and he's even helping me out to this day. He's a mentor. He's younger than me, and he's a mentor of mine. And so the fact that he gave me that opportunity has led to all this over the last 3 years of being able to take these positions at Jacksonville State.
Well, even though Helms didn't join that first team, we did play on several teams after that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Here we go. I know where this is going.
No, some of them were very good teams. Yeah. We won a state championship
we did.
At one, and but he's been a lot of fun to be a friend with and to hang out with, and we have got to play as tennis players against some of the best people in the world.
Yeah.
At one point or not.
Absolutely.
I mean, we played the Davis Cup team a few points. I'm not going to bring up all that.
No, but I'll tell you this, something
we were
something
30
that
anyway.
Was an experience that these are the things that this show has provided me that I would never have had a shot at doing any other lifetime.
Yeah.
For instance, there's an event in Mobile, Alabama, and it's that debutante ball thing. Remember when we got on Bubba about
raising
that?
money for the debutantes.
And so this was one of those things where it was in Mobile. Bubba, the Bryan brothers, who are the greatest men's doubles teams that the planet has ever seen, is there. Bubba's going to play against another, I think it was a sports writer or newspaper guy, whatever, against the Bryan. So him and the Bryan brother and this guy and a Bryan brother. Well, we're on the way down there, and Bubba says, "Hey, Helms, I can't play. He had something going on, injury.
Plantar fasciitis.
Yeah. He said, "You're going to have to step in." And I'm like, "Step in?" and play with a Bryan brother in front of 5,000 people? What are you talking about? And he's like, "Oh no,
the debutantes are watching.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll do great." And I'm like, "But there's like 5,000 people, and it's the Bryan brothers. What are we doing?" And so it's things like that. I find myself on court with a Bryan brother for an hour while there's all these people watching. Bubba, I can hear Bubba, by the way, from the stand streaming. But that was a nerve-wracking thing that I would never be able to tell people about. It's a great experience.
You almost got to go to a Nectar Cup and didn't even know it, but that's a whole other story with Sir Richard Branson. You remember that episode?
Was funny.
So, Helms, I wanted to give you something here so you'll remember us. This was given to me, and I've got a few of these, but this was given to me when our team went to the national tournament in Tucson. And I was the captain, and it's a dry erasable coaching board for tennis. So you got the little tennis court. You probably have 3 or 4 of them already.
Bubba, what's funny about this is hilarious. You don't know how much I need this.
Really?
They really do work well, because we used them a lot, too, in coaching.
I've got a dry erasable board in the office that I have actually drew a court on.
But now you got that?
Yeah, Greg.
Greg.
And, I actually need this, so this is kind. Thank you.
You know, let me get a hold of a marker before you leave. I'm going to leave you a message on there.
By the way, don't draw on there with a Sharpie.
We're going to leave a goodbye message.
I bet you will. You've left me many throughout the whole office.
I know exactly where that's going.
Yeah. I finally had to ban Greg from my dry erasable board.
It's just too easy.
Well, Helms, you got too much energy to be at a desk, and this is going to be great for you.
Thank you so much.
And great for Jack Steak.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please look at the text.
He had a fresh haircut.
Please look at the label.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we've tried to educate you on this. A lot of you have responded, but did you know that the majority of your grocery store's meat aisles, that the meat there was imported from some random country or countries from overseas? That's right. Really, you're talking about mystery meat to some degree here, even mixed with other meats of different origins. You never know where the meat came from, and the product of the USA sticker, all that's telling you is that whatever this meat is, and wherever it came from, it was packaged in America. Doesn't mean it was raised in America. Now, with Backyard Butchers, that's different. It is a Christian conservative Texas-based company dedicated to delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef. Now, your box will include all born and raised American beef from ranches right here in the heartland of America. BackyardButchers.com is all American raised, harvested meat from right here in America's backyards with ranchers and farmers in our own country. They will only source the beef and chicken from American farms. And then they're going to deliver that right to your door every month. Grass-fed, grain-finished. The meat tastes amazing. So if you'd like to find out more, at our house we're already in. We have some in the freezer right now. Go to BackyardButchers.com. Save an extra 20% off the entire order by using the promo code BUBBA when you subscribe. Get an additional 10% off. That's right. So you're going to get 20% off when you place your first order. If you decide to take the I want to be a monthly customer option, another 10% and free shipping. So go right now to BackyardButchers.com/Bubba and get 20% off your entire order. we were away for spring break for 3 days. The reason why we didn't take the whole week was because a very important ratings period for radio starts today. I don't know if TV is in sweeps right now, but radio is. And so we're back to get that started today. And we were just on vacation. The Turner South email, wow. I am, of course, moved into a new house over the week, trying to get the computer and all that. And I said, well, let me clear out all my email before I move all this.
That was sweet, wasn't it?
And it was nothing but, hey, where are you? I'll never watch Turner South again. My gosh, they've taken you off. Which that kind of played to my self-esteem a little bit. The first assumption was, hey, they fired Rick and Bubba. You know, that they've gotten rid of us, and I thought, so in other words, in y'all's mind, you do realize that every single radio show or TV show we do, we hang on by the skin of our teeth.
Yes.
Without you, an audience, you realize that radio and TV would tell us to have a Coke and a smile and send us back to working at the car wash.
Because they do despise what we do.
Well, and how about this? We have no talent.
Yes.
So we know that, and we don't. The only way we stay on is because some of you like the show. So I came up with the idea on Monday, and I started forwarding all the emails to John Perry, the producer, and folks at Turner South, and I said, here's an idea. I know this is crazy. Since y'all like this crawl so much, remember the obsession with the crawl?
Sure.
That the audience,
employs, what, 7, 8 people?
Yeah, that the audience hated. I said, why don't we at least crawl over this fine movie you're showing, which, by the way, is a rerun movie. It's not new, right?
Right.
It's not something no one's ever seen. I said, why don't we at least crawl Rick and Bubba on vacation? We didn't fire them. And I said, because, you know, I mean, I didn't just get a couple of emails.
Oh, I know.
mean,
it shut everything down.
And so then they started the crawl on Tuesday. That still did not seem to work. I don't know why some of you just didn't go back, or you hate crawl so much you didn't even want to look at it.
Sure.
Of that, but I want you to know, in the future, just a heads up, the website. Ryan Greenwood said he would be happy to put on the website, as he does for radio, because he's informed Rick and Bubba are gone. Turner South will not be running reruns. They will be watching a movie of some type, be back on a certain day. We'll put it on the website. We just have to know.
I think reruns would be better, Rick, because everybody gets into this habit.
Of course, that's what I'm pulling for. I'm just looking for even in the worst case.
So, you know, the strategy I'm still a little gray on. So if you like the program and you watch it, when we're not here, you're going to feed somebody a movie which you know they don't like, or they would be watching movies when we're on anyway, so you basically run them to another network. I don't follow that logic. But anyway, I'm not the type to harp on something on my birthday.
Well, look, and here's the thing, too. It's TV. TV basically says, unlike radio, It is 6 minutes past. From the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world, Speedy on vacation, Helmsey's last day today, Greg Adler here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the big farewell party for one Michael Helms today.
Yep.
And even though we are highlighting that, we have a gift for Greg today.
Yeah, no, it's not about Greg, but we have a gift.
Well, we have a gift.
This is actually a gift for me.
And I started to say, but it will be,
yes,
in a funny kind of way, a gift for you and really all of us.
Yes.
Adler, this is a huge gift for you.
And I can't take responsibility for it.
Okay.
We have a former intern that actually arranged this.
Okay.
But we have a special video message for Greg today.
All right, here it is.
You got to be kidding me.
Here it is, Greg.
Hey Greg, it's Amy with the 1,000 Pound Sisters. I heard you just opened a dog breeding business. That was a mouthful. But congratulations, that is a huge accomplishment to you. And I hope you the best in everything. I got a golden doodle if you want him. He's a jerk. He's 13 weeks. So he's a puppy. I'm just playing. But anyway, yeah, so I have a golden doodle. But congratulations, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Greg, one of the 1,000 Pound Sisters.
Amy,
Is that Amy?
That's Amy. Listen, that was awesome. Now, hey, she's real good at it.
I know. Well, Greg,
Good
only
Lord.
you can make fun of a gift.
Was she doing it driving down the
Yeah,
road?
it looks like it. Or you know how the passenger seat, how it looks like, how the picture will make it look
There's
like
a lot
they're
of
driving.
road noise. I
But
know that.
she's definitely going down the road. But y'all, first of all, like I said, God forbid you start over when you mess up. You know?
Only Greg would make this critique of it.
No, but I got it. That's perfect though. Whoever did that, that is awesome.
There's no greater gift you could give Greg than a personalized message from one of the 1,000-pound sisters.
That's right.
Big Amy.
That's Amy.
Well,
And,
Greg, that
Amy will
came
get upset
from
and gets crying.
that came from former intern Noodle.
How about that? That was
from,
awesome.
From Nashville, Tennessee.
That was great. Thank you, Noodle.
So did that just make your day right there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't wait for the new season to start. I'm not sure when it is.
The only thing would have made it better is when she said she had a golden doodle. If she'd have said "uh-oh" and looked down like she sit on it.
Oh, that.
Or anybody seen my golden doodle?
Remember that funny thing? Yeah, where's my
like
dog?
Lost dog.
Well, that was well done.
Yeah, so I was thinking about.
But y'all got to admit that may have been the worst.
Greg.
I mean, oh wait a minute, I messed up.
But doesn't that make it better?
Oh, I'm loving it. But
God forbid she starts over.
Oh, you don't hear it again? Okay, sure. Again.
Again.
Hey, Greg, it's Amy with the 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Good audio.
I heard you just opened a dog breeding business. That was a mouthful. But congratulations, that is a huge accomplishment to you.
Dog breeding business.
I hope you the best in everything.
Hopes me the best.
I got a golden doodle if you want him. He's a jerk. He's 13 weeks. So he's a puppy. I'm just playing. But anyway, yeah, so I have a golden doodle. But congratulations, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Well, that's about as smooth as you can do it there.
Is that Paul Harvey?
Who is that skilled speaker?
Greg. You got a.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, Greg, that's so good.
That was
Won't
great.
you cherish that, though?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, she might. I think she's riding in the passenger seat because the car's clearly moving.
Yeah, and
if not, she's not looking ahead. Maybe she's about to hit Helmsey at an intersection.
And again, when you're doing these cameos, maybe you need to get where there's not a lot of background noise. People can actually hear you.
But Greg,
that'd be a good start.
But Greg, it's Amy from
Oh, it's
1,000-Pound
perfect.
Sisters.
It is.
Come on,
I mean,
Greg.
she's got a golden doodle. It's a jerk. But,
Right. Yeah. So, and congratulations on your dog breeding business.
That's funny.
Yeah, that is.
That was a good one, y'all.
That is good.
That's excellent.
One of the things that we were thinking about too is the fact, with Speedy out today. Speedy on vacation is always, he there's such a gulf that's left behind. Can you imagine that you've been looking forward to the golden ticket seats and Greg's going to greet you? As opposed to Speedy.
Well, I won't overgreet like him.
Well, it's a contrast.
It is a contrast.
I'll give them a soft landing first, kind of get them settled, and then before I bring the tornado in.
Yeah, don't let him be the first contact.
I'll go, look, y'all going to hear CGA down. Make a lot of noise.
He's already talking about getting their pictures out of the way.
Yeah, well, we've been fumbling that the last few weeks. Waiting until the end.
You're right, yeah. So, Helmsey, one other question off the text line. With all the various people asking, giving Greg a good night look at that. A lot of people are asking, they know this is your last day. I think everybody knows what you're doing.
Sure.
Going to coach the men and women's teams, tennis at Jack State full-time. But they're wondering, will you return back for the big year-ender? Is that a, hey, we'll see? Is there any way
we'll see? I'll tell you why. Because
I'll come on back.
Amanda and I, that is the weekend that we always celebrate our anniversary. And it's so hard around Christmas time then when we're doing scheduling best ofs and trying to figure out, we don't really usually go anywhere. And I think Amanda and I are going to try to go somewhere. I mean, like really go somewhere.
Yeah.
Like fly somewhere, do something special for us. So it's a we'll see at this point. I don't know. I'm not against it. Like if y'all, I'm not going to be a bip and show up unannounced.
Right.
But we'll see. That's really up to y'all and whether we're in town, I guess.
Helms, you look great with your shirt off, man. This is amazing.
Let me tell you something.
Whoever did that one was really good.
The things people are doing.
That is funny.
Have you seen those? How good the pictures are?
That's funny.
Yeah,
his name is Helmsey, everybody, not Helmsley.
Well,
like Bruce Lee.
Yeah,
it's fine either way.
When you
it used to bother me too. It don't anymore. I just embrace it.
When you came here through the
just answer to
coming in, Bubba knew you. Y'all had a relationship, friends. you were trying to solve the IT stuff. What about when you were getting the feel of all the different personalities here? What was that journey like? Because you're in a new office, you're in a new place. Bubba's the only one you really know.
But you and I had some time at, I want to say it was at Sweet Apple Farms. Wasn't that a place?
Yes, it was.
So before I came on, all of y'all went on a hunting trip. And Bubba invited me down. And this was before it was even a thought of me being a part of the show and doing the IT. But I got to spend a weekend with you. Speedy was there too. I don't think Greg was not there, and they
didn't invite me.
He was the only one that I had not met when we came on board.
Oh, okay.
And so, and Christopher Columbus was here at the time. Adler was not here, but he wasn't there either. But you and I and Coach and I got to spend some time together. Yes, I did. And that was my first time to really sit down with Coach. You and I had briefly talked and met at Bubba's a couple times, or maybe at a restaurant, something. We had some connection. But that was the first real weekend where I got to spend a lot of time with both of you.
Yeah.
And Speedy was there as well. And a lot of people don't know this. At that time, Speedy and I were actually going to the same church. And Les Hughes was the pastor.
Oh, yeah.
And so we had all these connections, but that was the first weekend where we all hung out. Now, to your question, I had never met Greg. And so, and I'll let Greg tell his side of the story, because it is funny the way he used to present the fact that Bubba bringing in his tennis buddy. I'll leave.
I didn't want to like him.
Hold on.
I didn't have room for a new friend.
So you didn't want to like him?
No, I did not.
To him, Rick, I was the guy coming in that was replacing his buddy.
Oh, that's right, because you and Greenwood used to run and cause all kinds of trouble.
Yeah.
And so he told me, one of the nicest compliments I'll ever get from Greg, probably ever, anybody would, is like about 6 months down the road, Greg walked in my office serious. He was serious about it. And he said, I'm going to tell you something. Didn't want to like you.
Nah.
And he did. He straight up told me, he said, I didn't want to like you. And he's like, you want Bubba's tennis buddies. And he's like, but man, this is working out. Like, this is a lot of fun.
So Greg,
and I was like,
you just left the first part out, Greg.
Yeah, he
and just say, hey, man, I kind of like you. I'm glad
probation
you're here.
period was up.
You didn't have to announce the probation period. Why do you just say, man, I'm glad you're here?
Yeah, well, I think I kind of did.
In his own way.
In his own way, he did, and I knew that. But as far as Greg, do you know what I felt like? Honestly, from day one, do you know what I felt like? I've gone to work with my dad.
Well, you have.
It's a blessing.
That's exactly. I mean, from the start.
Now I feel the same way.
The minute I stepped foot in that old studio in Vestavia, I thought, so you've gone to work with your dad. That's what you've done. And you're spending a lot of time with your dad.
Well, you had to.
That's what I felt like.
Yeah, you had to chip away at Greg's heart, because he and Greenwood, and of course he and Scott the tech guy, they really hit it off. And so between him and Greenwood and his relationship with those two, it was just hard on Greg. You know, Bubba, it was hard on him.
Yeah, he was. he was an emotional mess.
Yeah, he was.
But so I didn't know Adler when I first came on board.
Right.
I knew he had been an intern with the show before I got there. Christopher Columbus was fantastic. Molesky,
perfect hair.
He was great to me. He and I worked well together, and then he made a transition out. Adler came in. And so then, obviously, you develop that friendship with Adler. So it's been great, really, honestly, if you think about it, and not a lot of turnover. Like, it's been 15 years of the same people.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of turnover.
This has been great. So
yeah.
But Greg's compliment that day was as only Greg could put it.
Well, I mean, it was a compliment.
It was. I knew how to take it. You know why? Because I know how my dad says things like that to me.
Good deal.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take your phone calls. First time today. We'll see if it works. I know it's been struggling in there. We'll see if we can get it going.
Rick and Bubba.
Knock out 13 to 15 new shows. And after 15 weeks, we're going to rerun those shows for the rest of the year.
Yes,
I mean,
which would be 52 total.
I mean, you realize that's even on the biggies.
Oh, I know.
That's on shows everybody just can't get enough of. There's about 15, 20. If somebody's really got a commitment, they'll do 20 new shows. And then those shows run forever, right?
Yes.
And look, this is cable. Cable is all about reruns. I mean, there's some original programming, but there's a lot of reruns.
Rick, I just want to thank everybody for the love that they sent, and that makes us feel very important.
Oh, it did.
And we felt the love, and hopefully as we continue to program for our viewers, we will hear their voice, right?
Yeah, well, here's the other thing, too, and I want to apologize because I always want to try to be very personal and friendly in the email, but it really did get to the point where all I could type in was back on Thursday.
Sure.
And I know that was a little, but it was so much I wanted you to know, because some people were going, well, I'm done with Turn to South. I'll never watch again if they're going to take y'all off. And I'm like, well, we're not off. We're back.
Yeah, you would like to spend your vacation relaxing, not having to defend the television network. that would really be my preference.
Look, it's okay to run a rerun. I know we don't give you that much quality stuff to work with, but undoubtedly people want to see it.
Sure.
So whatever. Hey, fire it up. It's not that big a deal. I mean, let's face it. I mean, come on. And if you're not going to do it, just let us know.
Yeah, heads up.
So we can keep everybody informed.
That's really all I want to know. And Don Juan is just tell us.
Yeah.
Because we look the key that we look like is that when we're doing best ofs, and it rolls to when the show's supposed to start for television, and the lights go nuts, and we're like, man, everybody's loving this best of. This is great. Man, this is so cool. Man, they love that, man. This is great.
Hey, let's go to the phones and see what, tell us so they can tell us what a good job we're doing.
Rick and Bubba Show, hey, man, I'm in North Carolina. What's happening? And I'm like, wait a minute, we're not on in radio in North Carolina. TV? Okay. And for an hour, we answer the phones, and we have to answer, hey, why? And so just anything that helps.
Yeah,
Perry, come on, man.
Well, John said we sent him enough.
Well, grease machine.
He said we had sent him enough email that he got the picture, and I said, oh, no. If I'm going to get them, you're going to get them.
Yeah.
And
either that or y'all send somebody from Turner South to answer the phones during best ofs.
Yeah, right.
Because I need some help.
Well, it wasn't a full JDAM type thing. It was just a cruise missile, just so you knew exactly what was going on.
Nice military reference.
Thank you, Rick.
So we are here today. We are back. The war is going on. It's raging. You see, we're supporting our troops again today with getting stuff in the mail from all the different parts of our military. Bubba with a free Iraq shirt on today, which I like very much. Yeah, that is very nice.
How about that?
I love it.
You know what, Rick? The spirit of 1776 is alive. Too, and I forgot the comedian that did the stand-up bit about us as Americans.
Jack Benny.
Was it Jack Benny that did the thing? You don't say. We just love freedom, and we'll go wherever we need to in the world to help people decide their own destiny, and makes me proud. I couldn't be more proud of our armed forces, the way they're performing. Rick, record-setting advances. We knew this was going to be, a little briar patch. It was going to be tough to clean out, but they're in there doing it. We've had casualties. One is too many, but these folks, signed up and knew that they were putting their life on the line for freedom and to project American power around the world. I tell you, those aircraft carriers amaze me. You see those footage of them just taking off day and night, and the one, Kung Fu, do you know what the one is? They had a special on it the other night. Rick, the deck on that thing is longer than the Empire State Building is tall. I forget which one it was, the Kitty Hawk or the Constellation. It was one of them, the Nimitz, I don't know, but just impressive how that. And Kung Fu brought some pictures. Where are those at, Kung Fu?
Check
this out. Check this out.
This is former intern Kung Fu that is back with us today. Kung Fu has served.
Okay, here we go. There, standing in front of a Patriot missile battery when they were going through practice in Kuwait, like, a year or two ago, John?
Yeah, this was actually 97, 98. I spent 6 months over there.
How cool is that? Check this out, too. Look, standing there in front of the old Warthog, and you might notice the old Stealth back there in the background. How cool is that?
Wait, now, what are you doing now as part of what's going on? Will you be...
Well, I'm still in the National Guard. I actually work in the...
Y'all notice that plane right there? Black Death?
Past the hour, we're still having some issues with the phones as far as the software, so I can still take them. We just may have to take them without screening them. But anyway, Jack Russell, lead singer of Great White, died. Greg was telling about that. Some of you were putting that up on the text option and emailing that too. So,
Rick, are you kidding me? You know what I thought you said during the break? Because I didn't hear the conversation.
Sure, yeah.
I just heard it at a distance. I thought that the discussion was that a Jack Terrier, a dog, had been eaten by a great white.
Did you really?
I really did.
So you thought a Jack Russell Terrier was
That's
eaten
what
by
I
a great
heard.
white? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Well, honestly, I know about great white. I even saw them, as part of a lineup at a concert one time, but I wasn't a huge fan of them. But they kind of became well known by people who don't really know them because of that terrible fire that time. Remember, they were playing. Where was the?
It was a club.
Was it in Europe?
I think it was America.
Was it in America?
Maybe not. Let me look.
I can't remember. But they were playing in a club, and remember, it caught on fire, and a lot of people got killed.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. So, but he, Greg said he got there's a form of Alzheimer's or dementia that is quite deadly, and when you're diagnosed with it, you don't last very long. We couldn't think of the name of it. It's kind of a strange name. But,
it was in Rhode Island.
Oh, that's where the bar was. What's the name? What's the name of that Alzheimer's version that's deadly? I can't think of. They're all deadly to some degree, but
yeah.
But this one kills you pretty quick. It doesn't drag out. But I can't think of the name. All right, so we'll just take calls without them being screened.
Just an update.
Lewy
Rick.
body dementia.
That's right. Yeah, that's
it.
The computer that runs that is now completely dead.
Okay,
and will not boot up.
Okay,
so
is that speaking of IT, the company?
We'll have
IT
to get
guy.
Yeah, we'll have to get a
That's
new
not
computer.
a Tom. That's a company.
Well, Tom will. Yeah, Tom will. He may have one back there we can use.
All right. Let's go to Chris in Florence. Well, we lost Chris. Okay. Greg, did you?
Are they all going
the one
away
I got
now?
on hold is Jenkins from Owens Crossroads.
No, it is not.
That's what he said.
He's returned.
Jenkins, is this you?
This is Jenkins from Owens Crossroads, Alabama.
Yeah, all right, Jink. Welcome back.
Jink, where you been,
Come
man?
on, baby.
Well, life changes and things, and I hadn't been able to listen as much live, but things are kind of back to where they were a while back. So I got a long drive, and I thought I'd call in on Helmsey's last day, tell him bye.
Wow.
Well, he'll miss you, Jinx.
It took me leaving for you to call in.
I thought
love
you were
this.
going to bring him like a gallon of unpasteurized milk.
And maybe some hemp.
Yeah, maybe y'all can smoke a big.
Yeah, y'all
patty.
gonna burn one?
Great.
Jenkins, this is awesome. Thank you so
would be
much.
Great. That would be great, man. Hey, let me tell y'all something though. I'm on the sheep milk now. That's where it's at.
Sheep milk.
That's where it's at.
He said that's where it's at.
So now he's on the sheep
Jenkins,
milk.
you're always on the cutting edge.
Yes, he is.
How's the midwifery going?
Oh well, I'm done having kids now, so I'm
You don't
past
care.
that.
I got you.
Well, that's good. So sheep.
Well, I do care, but now it's legal, guys. We did it. It's legal in Alabama.
No, he
now.
did. Remember, we
Oh, that's
celebrated.
right.
No,
That's
he
right.
got it done. Jenkins got it done. Sheep milk. Okay, Bubba. Well, how about a nice glass of sheep milk?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. It's way more rich. It tastes way better, and it's got tons of nutrients in it. So if you want raw milk, you need to try to get some sheep milk. Now, cow milk ain't a bad second, but sheep milk, that's where it's at.
Are the
Where's
sheep?
that, guys?
Let me ask you this, Jenkins: are the sheep harder to milk?
They are. Their teeth are much smaller.
Right.
That's a problem. That's a problem normally.
Yeah.
You got to use tweezers.
The bigger ones are easier to handle. That's for sure.
Well,
You ever just get down there and get you a fresh,
Knock.
get you a pull?
Absolutely. Fresh from the teeth, the best way. I mean, that ain't a lie either.
Oh man! I hope you have an antibiotic squirt before you go down there.
Well, it got to be clean.
Yeah,
They got to be clean.
I've watched sheep live out their life. I'd clean that thing before I put it in my mouth.
Now, what about goats? Is that
Oh,
included in that? Goats too, or just sheep?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Goats too, or just
No,
sheep?
Goats is a third place. They don't taste as good as sheep.
Yeah,
Goats ain't as good.
Really?
Well, Jenkins, it's great to hear from you. And
Is there anything else on the horizon you're going to be milking or anything?
Oh goodness, I'm pretty much a simple man living out in Owens Crossroads, Alabama. I ain't got much going on.
I hear you, buddy.
Well, he's conquered all the things he was fighting for.
That's right.
Everything's
He's
been
done it
done.
all.
Listen, he's a mover and shaker. He gets it done.
Look, I just saw Jenkins riding into the sunset.
That's right.
Hey,
No
Jenkins,
more battles to fight.
I think I'm going to drive through Owens Crossroads today, as a matter of fact.
Jenkins, it's great to hear from you.
I got to go to Huntsville. Aren't you on the way to Huntsville?
Absolutely. I'm
There you
just
go.
out past the other side of Hampton Cove.
Bubba, why don't you
You
stop?
will go by there.
Why don't you stop by?
Get your
Why
pop.
don't y'all meet somewhere and he'll bring you a glass of sheep milk?
Yeah, y'all can knock a little sheep man.
Well, you got my phone number. Just give me a call, Bubba. You're welcome anytime.
Yeah, I'd have to have some Oreos to go with that.
Jenkins,
probably.
how's Mama?
Oh, you know, she's my biggest fan. I made her so proud calling in a Rick and Bubba. She loves it.
She called up and defend you, too.
She did. You know, Mama got mad at us a couple times that we was poking fun at you. Mama didn't like it.
No, she didn't.
I know it, and I told her to stop doing that, but she enjoys it so much, I just let her have her fun.
That's right. You can't tell Mama what to do.
That's right.
Jenkins, thanks for the call, brother. Wish you the best.
Hey, thanks for taking it. Y'all have a good day.
I see you, man. Let's go to Chase. Chase, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Let's go to Marshall. Marshall, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Marshall. I don't think it's working, guys.
There it is.
Hey, Jamie, go ahead.
There it is.
Hey, I want to tell you all thank you all for everything you do in your show. Quick story. I was driving down the road with my daughter a while ago, listening to you guys, and my daughter always calls you Boomer Radio, and we're driving, and there's this little dog, disheveled dog, running down the side of the road, and my daughter turns and looks at me and said, Dad, is that Nopi?
A lot of people asking about Nopi today. A lot of people asking about Nopi. Chase, I'm going to try you again. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just going to give my testimony on something God's done for me in my life.
Okay. You got about 30 seconds. Just letting you know, we're going to a hard break.
I was blown up by a furnace on my past job. I was a furnace operator.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
And I got sent to UAB and had treatment to UAB, had third-degree burns on 42% of my body.
Oh, no.
And the doctor there, he came out and told my wife that
all right, Chase, we're going to have to put you on hold. We're up against the hard break. I thought you might have had a quick shout there. Didn't know it was a full testimony, and there was no time for that. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Air and Missile Defense Command. So we actually report to a two-star general, and what he does is, he's second in command of basically everything that goes on in the air, which is missiles as well as the planes. So, but typically you only have there are only two of these units. There's one on active duty and there's one in the National Guard. The Army's role is to really fight a two-front war, so you only need two of these units because one actually oversees the entire theater, the entire war. So,
and Kung Fu, here's you and some of your buddies in front of a A-10 Warthog. I believe that's what that is, and the stealth fighter, and I take that was a hardened bunker that didn't fare too well.
Right, that was in Kuwait at Al Jaber Air Base, and that was one of the ones that Iraq took over, and that we had to. Every single one of those on that air base had a hole in the top of it. I mean, it was absolutely awesome to see.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
Cool, man.
Kung Fu, thanks for what you have already done and continue to do, too, for the country. You make us proud. We'll come back. We'll announce the winner of the SEC Gymnastics giveaway from Golden Flake and the SEC. And we'll have Gene Hallman, President, CEO of the Bruno's event team and Alabama Sports Foundation that put this together, along with the SEC, Dave Jones, Executive Vice President of Operations, and Julie Strauss from Golden Flake. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 18 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, so many things that being part of this it is because of the sacrifices that have already been made to continue to make this country great and free. And it's always great to team up with other people we feel like are winners and have taken advantage of the opportunity that this country offers. Golden Flake is a big sponsor all across the network for the show. And also, we're proud to have them here today. Julie Strauss is here representing them. Also, Dave Jones, the Executive Vice President of Operations, is here. And our friend Gene Hallman, who is a mover and a shaker and puts together, marries us to different big events that are going on in the South. And we always enjoy being part of his events. He's the President and CEO of the Bruno event team and the Alabama Sports Foundation. And the SEC Gymnastics tournament is about to get underway.
Tomorrow night. Hard to believe, our third one here in Birmingham. We got 7 of the best schools from the Southeastern Conference with the Gymnastics Championship, and we're excited about it.
Gene, I heard you were awesome on the pommel horse. Is that true?
The pommel? No, but it's the bars, the parallel bars.
That's parallel or uneven?
The rings.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, how about the rings? I can't even hold up this way. Have you ever just tried that one time?
Bubba, come on.
I mean, that's
You
on
talking
the
about
ring.
stripping a gear, man.
You need to go see Dr. Lemak after that one again. That shoulder
man.
would be gone.
Bubba, I'd like to muster up a nice chin up.
Yes.
Okay.
I can get that first one when I jump on and have the momentum going up.
Right, well, yeah, but
that second one's
that
tough.
didn't count that one.
Yeah,
but
I
you
know.
used to have to do Alabama, Auburn, Kentucky, LSU, Arkansas, Georgia, Florida. What a lineup! All in the SEC gymnastics tournament. Gene, also, those of you that watch and listen to the program, probably best known on the program recently for the fact that his wife made our wives some beautiful handcrafted items that Speedy stole from
She makes glass stuff, right, Gene? It's glass, right?
She's a glass artist, yeah.
And she lead and
And
glass.
she made some crosses for you guys.
You know, mine's been on my Christmas tree for years. Thanks.
Yeah,
We really enjoy it.
I didn't know I had one, and it was hard for me to know it because Speedy had it.
Sure.
So we finally got to the bottom of that. It is back home with me, and it's going in the new house. So
Speedy got some more this week.
Thank you very much. I got some more this week, and Terry is tickled to death.
I think Speedy's turned into like a retailer now. This glass stuff.
Well, the new thing now is every single day I go to the desk and take inventory. So then, and I need to go ahead and get that autographed Harlem Globetrotters basketball out here because
he was eyeing it the other day. Thank goodness it's out of season.
Just make sure you take it home. Make sure you take it home before 6 months to a year.
Yeah, right. Well, it's hard to take something home when you don't know you have it because somebody's already got it. But let me say this. Look, Speed, you're not going to win this one.
No, I'm not with it, but it
Public opinion is on my side on this
didn't sit on your desk for almost an entire year.
I don't know.
It did.
You don't know when it left.
I don't know. It's hard to document something in your car.
Speedy, listen, let me ask you this. At what point in time does it become public domain? Is there a certain, is it 90 days, a year? I mean, when is it up for grabs?
You know, we used to call him Opie back when he had hair because he had the red hair and the Opie Taylor look when he was a youngster, first joined the team. And now I realize that he's living the Opie Taylor story. When Opie got that money, remember he found it? And Andy said, watch the clock after a certain time, it's yours. Do you remember that? And he bought the fishing rod before the time was up?
About most of the gifts you get, so I just took that.
Thank you.
That's a joke.
Look, and again, he didn't steal it. He coveted it to the point that he took it.
Yes, he just long-term borrowed it.
Right. All he did, Bubba's is acting weird today too. But we've got I'm talking
only
about
the best.
This is we're talking about microphones today. Thank you for being with us today from the text line. Hilarious. Did Speedy take the day off so he wouldn't have to give Helmsey a gift? Good night, that's good. That's a good one off the text right there. That's funny. In case you're just joining us, a couple of items you missed. Helmsey's final day on the program as he moves on to the next thing, being full-time coach at Jacksonville State. Greg got a video from one of our former interns today from one of the 1,000-pound sisters, Amy.
Yep.
That a customized video for Greg. That was gold.
That was great.
So, and we've been reflecting on Helmsey's time here. We've done that. And we have a couple of things that we're still going to hit, but I do want to point you to mypillow.com/bigbox. Go there right now. You may already have kids going into college, or maybe if you got them settled and you're needing bed sheets, you're needing pillows. Never a better. Some of those, those sandals that they have, that if you walk into, like if they have to use one of those, showers that the whole dorm uses or something like that, and you're like, I don't know what my feet are standing on. They've got some of those waterproof slides as well. We're talking about some great deals going on. Now, the slides for the college shower is only $9.50. But there's a lot of $25 items as well, including their famous bed sheets. So you may need some of those. If you get your order over $75, shipping's free. A lot of $25 items going on, other items at even lower prices. But you need to take advantage of that now at mypillow.com/bigbox, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So some Trump stuff from yesterday. Bubba, you hit the team Rick and Bubba text yesterday. And that Trump did a press conference, unlike Kamala Harris, who we don't know if she'll ever do one, but Trump did a press conference.
He almost said that verbatim yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah.
So you said that he said so many things, there's no way that we could play them all on the show, but we have a couple.
Rick, he went on probably about an hour and 30 minutes without a teleprompter.
Right.
And he covered everything under the sun. He covered the fact that some people have been saying, hey, you need to quit being so mean
with
your personal attacks. It's going to cost you. And He answered that and several other. Which clip do we have first here, Addie? Which one was it?
We've got two of them. We got one about Kamala says she's tackling inflation.
Yeah,
and then we have one about, I heard you mention about God saving his life.
Yeah, let's roll those. Let's
all right.
start with the VP comment.
Here he is talking about Kamala Harris talking about tackling inflation.
Harris has just declared that tackling inflation will be a day one priority for her. It's going to be day one. But day one, really, for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. Where has she been? And why hasn't she done it? Why hasn't she done it?
Well, that's true.
I think that is a fair question.
Yeah, it is a fair question. The next one, which is a little bit longer, he is asked by a reporter, you've spoken about God saving your life. How much thought have you put into why God saved your life? So here it is.
Thank you, President Trump. You've spoken very passionately about how God saved your life. And I'm wondering, have you put much thought into why God saved your life? As in, for what purpose has he been shielding and protecting you?
So, I don't know if you heard the question. You've spoken about God saving your life, that I've spoken passionately about it. And something happened because that was a miracle. I never looked that way. The audience was massive and it was in front of me. I never have that particular graph. That was a graph on, as you all know now, that it's very, I think everyone knows it very well, but it showed the great numbers on illegal immigration. It was the lowest point we've ever had. And it was one that I use less than 20% of the time. It's always at the end of the speech, not at the beginning of the speech. And it's always on the left side, not the right side. And yet, for some reason, I called it. It's not on a teleprompter. I do things largely without a teleprompter, frankly, because it's hard to hold an audience if you're going to go for an hour and a half or 2 hours reading a script. And I just talked about it, and I moved to my right, turned sharply to my right, ping. And if I didn't do that, I'm not here with you. So, yeah, God had something to do with it. It's a miracle, and God had something to do with it. And maybe it's we want to save the world. This world is going down. This world is going down. So it could be. But I believe that. I believe that my sons are very good shooters. They're like scratch golfers, better, relatively speaking, with shooters, great shooters. And Eric and Don both told me from 130 yards. I said, well, that's pretty far away, isn't it? They said, no, that's like a 1-foot putt with, weapons like the one being used. Plus, he was a good shooter. This guy was a good shooter. He went to the range and shot a lot, and he was supposed to be a pretty good shooter. They said a bad shooter would hit the target almost 100% of the time. So something happened. And I have to say the Secret Service sniper did an amazing job.
So there you go.
Described in only a way that Trump
Yes,
did.
yes. I think, there was a lot there, but maybe just the point of saying, well, if God has allowed me to live, then it must mean there's something he intends for me to do, and I believe that I could play a role in he said saving the world.
Right.
But definitely the nation. So interesting. And there were some other things, and I think maybe I heard some of the clips too when Sherry and I were going to dinner last night, and I did hear him take on Nikki Haley's comments about his style,
right?
Which we've talked about. We've talked about it, and I think he was pretty truthful. If I remember the exact words, he did, which I was thankful. Said she has come out in support of me, and he said something as close as he can to giving her a compliment that she could be an asset to his administration, and he doesn't want to be at odds with her anymore. But he says, I understand what's being said, but I have to kind of be me, and this is how I do things, and it's going to. He didn't say this, but I took away from, no matter how many times you may say I need to not do something, if it's what I've always done,
yes.
and it's been effective, it's hard to get me to stop, even though what we're saying is when you say effective, that is true to the people who are already going to vote for you.
Yeah.
What we're trying to help, I'm not us, but what people are trying to help him with is to get those votes that you might not get.
Yeah.
Certainly,
you have to have.
Certainly, people who are going to vote for you, they love all this because they're all in. Or I would say they all love it, but some of them are going to vote for you no
They
matter
can
what
live
you do because of the ideology that's at stake right now, which we would be in that category. But the ones that find it hard to stomach that part of you, what's wrong with trying to adjust to it? But he basically admitted he would have a very hard time doing it.
I didn't see her as an attack. I thought she was just trying to give him some advice.
Yeah, he didn't take it as an attack.
Yeah.
He just said he knew that
some
she
of the headlines tried to act
right.
like
Yeah.
it.
But anyway.
If you want it, here he is addressing that.
Okay.
This is from that same thing.
Two quick questions here. Nikki Haley told our Brett Baer that Republicans need to stop whining about Kamala Harris, focus on courting those independents, those suburban women, the moderates out there. What do you think of that strategy, and would you consider having Nikki Haley on the campaign trail with you?
Sure. I think that we've done very well. I think that we're hitting a nerve. I think this is a different kind of a race. All we have to do is define our opponent as being a communist or a socialist or somebody that's going to destroy our country. I fought Nikki very hard. I beat her in her own state by legendary numbers. And I get along with her fine. I appreciate that she endorsed me and all of that. No, I think that I think relatively to what they're doing and how radical they are and how, in many ways, how sick they are, I think I'm doing a very calm campaign. I mean, we're here. There's no shouting. Now, you'll say he ranted and raved, and not you, but some of you will say he ranted and raved. I didn't rant and rave. I'm a very calm person, believe it or not. If I wasn't, I probably wouldn't be around anymore, Probably wouldn't be around. But no, I think I appreciate her advice. I have to do it my way. I ran against her, and I did it my way. People said I should maybe do it a different way, but I won in South Carolina by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. It wasn't even close. And I think she's a good woman. I'd love to have her support. Yeah, she gave me support, but I'd love to have her go around and campaign.
So, in case anybody's wondering, in case anybody's wondering, he beat her in her home state by legendary numbers.
Legendary numbers. I mean, numbers we've never seen before.
Right. So,
He has rude Tourette's. He has rude Tourette's. Nice, mean.
It's like you go, okay, stop there.
Right.
But he keeps going.
Right. But you did hear he finally got to
classic Trump.
He finally got to, look, I'm doing as best I can with me.
Yeah, look, I am who I am.
I did it my way.
I did it my way. Well, we'll see. You know what he's saying? I am as calm as I can possibly be.
This is as good as it gets.
I'm trying my best.
It's like our show.
It's me or a communist that's going to destroy the country.
Right.
Take your pick.
There you go.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, what we did, Gene approached us along with Golden Flake, and this is something we have done in the past. We thought, there was maybe a father-daughter that would like to go to the gymnastics tournament, get VIP privileges, get to meet the team that they pull for. And what we asked you to do is to send us a letter on why your daughter should be selected. And we have the winner right here.
And it's, rip your heart out.
Well,
great letter.
They were all great. This one was selected by the judges who combed through these. It's so hard to decide in this type of thing, which is why you and I don't get involved until they've already got a winner.
Because I'll cry.
Oh yeah, because to me, I'll be calling saying, "Does Golden Flake have 3 buses?" I'm sitting there,
yeah, I know it. Everybody should win.
Right.
Some people think we're just cold-hearted, warmongers. It's not true.
No,
this letter right here just melts you right
As
down.
a matter of fact, I would have already dropped a bomb on Iraq, so maybe one day they could be able to do this kind of stuff because they don't have gymnastics.
No, they hadn't thought about that. Lately.
No. And only people get VIP privileges there are the people that are the dictators.
They don't have Golden Flake there either.
We're going to introduce them to a new thing: less chemical weapons, more bread.
That's right. Here's the letter. Hi guys, I'd like to tell you about my daughter Mallory. Mallory's 11 years old. She has Down syndrome. In spite of her condition, she's energetic, clever as a fox. She's very sweet, affectionate, has never met a stranger. Nearly everyone at Thompson Intermediate School, where Mallory is a 4th grader, knows her. She's a huge fan of her big brother Jonathan, the Atlanta Braves. Turner South will be glad to hear that this morning. Anything Disney and the Rick and Bubba Show. She especially loves to sing along with the Time to Get Up in the Morning song and the Mark Prater song. One of Mallory's favorite activities is gymnastics. Last year she competed in the Regional Special Olympics in Mountain Brook. After working for just a month, she competed in one event and won 1st place. First time out.
Huge.
That ribbon made her eligible to participate in the Alabama State Special Olympics at Auburn University. She got to travel to Auburn in May with her teacher and coach, Miss Brenda Mullins. She performed routines in 4 events and received 1 bronze, 2 silver, and 1 gold medal, the all-round silver medal for her age group. This year she's already preparing with her new teacher, Mrs. Lark Livingston. Mallory loves to perform and is really good at it, sounds like it. She got a great memory for her routines and is very petite, flexible, so she's the perfect gymnast. She'd be thrilled to go to the SEC Gymnastics Tournament and watch the big girls compete, although she may not be able to express it. I don't think you can find anyone who would appreciate it more than Mallory. If you need proof, you just need to come down and watch her face light up. This is the kind of experience that would be a wonderful inspiration for her. In fact, it would probably be hard to keep her from going out to play with the big girls on the mats. And they attached some pictures of Mallory at the State Special Olympics last year, and that's from her daddy, Bob Miller, Mallory's dad. So congratulations to Mallory. She is our winner this year to go with her dad to the SEC Gymnastics Tournament. And thanks to Golden Flake and the SEC, and, of course, all of you there at the Bruno Event Team and Alabama Sports Foundation for putting it together.
We look forward to it tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. 7 of the best in the country, defending national champion Alabama, so it should be a great show.
Yeah, if you want to get tickets, tickets are available. You can purchase those by calling 1-800-240-2300. That's 1-800-240-2300. SECsports.com. Online can get you tickets or give you any information that you might need. So look for that. It all kicks off tomorrow night in Birmingham, Alabama, and if you'd like to be part of it, pick up tickets. Reserve seats are only like $12. So.
Yeah, and we're approaching a sellout, Rick, at Bartow Arena, so I would recommend that you buy your tickets today or tomorrow because we will come close to a sellout on Saturday night.
And you know what I love? Anytime the SEC's involved, you know, and really it doesn't matter any sport now, you're looking at a potential national champion in it, you know, and I love that level of competition.
Sure. Well, Georgia and Alabama are in the top 3 right now in the country. Auburn's an up-and-coming program. Florida and LSU do a great job. You got Kentucky and 7 of the best in the country. So the Georgia-Alabama thing's always great to watch because they're very, very competitive.
Yeah, we have a new affiliate from Georgia that joins the system.
Albany, Georgia.
Did you know it's Albany, Georgia, not Albany?
Albany. Home of Nancy Lopez.
How about that?
Yeah. Didn't know that.
I want to thank Golden Flake for getting involved, too. Executive Vice President of Operations, Dave Jones. Dave, thanks. Always great to do things with Golden Flake.
We love to be a sponsor of the SEC. And, Gene, we've been real pleased with being associated with you and Rick and Bubba. We can't thank you guys enough for doing something that really touches a lot of people here in Birmingham and certainly is very special to this little girl. And we look forward to giving her a big box of Golden Flake snacks along with tickets to the tournament. So,
well, look, when it comes to snacks, let's face it, we know what we're talking about.
That's right.
And so
you've dialed in on 2 pros there, buddy. I mean to tell you.
Sure. We may waver a little bit on some products. But let me tell you something. We know snacks.
Well, we love to be associated with you guys, and anytime you need some, make sure you tell Julie, bring some up.
Oh, she does every time.
She keeps us in good supply.
Matter of fact, we're getting a little low, but I don't want to bring it up today.
Well,
we're back. It is 10 minutes to the top. Helmsey's last day today. Speedy on vacation. He should return on Monday. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Don't miss this one. Francisco Marquez, our guest, lawyer, political commentator, and at one time political prisoner by the dictatorship now in charge of Venezuela as the people are trying to return to a democracy after they had a couple spoonfuls of socialism and it turned into a dictatorship, and they're not happy. He gives us some really, really important warnings, and so catch that this weekend on wherever you get podcasts. Man Churches this weekend. There's 3 more still left just this week. Last night, Granger Smith and First Baptist Opelika got some pictures from that. Sounded like that was a great event. This weekend, coming up tomorrow, Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westville, Florida. Lee Moore will be there. Coming up Sunday night, I'll be at North Shelby Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, with Kevin Derryberry, kicking off the strategy there. And then the strategy continues at First Baptist Church in Tuscaloosa. Black Hawk Down vet Jeff Struker speaking at their Man Church this Sunday night. Find those at themanchurch.com under upcoming events and get plugged in. Bubba, some celebrity news today. Celebrity news.
Love everywhere we go.
Celebrity news.
We sing about beauty and we sing about truth at $10,000 a show.
That's right.
We take all kind of pills that give us all kind of thrills, but the thrill we've never known.
Bubba, ESPN says they're cutting people due to budget constraints. RG3 cut.
Yeah,
RG3 out.
Look, bless his heart.
Okay,
Have you
bless
ever
his
heard
heart.
him call a game?
Not very good.
He tries to be over the top.
Not very good.
Yeah.
He's not great.
He's
But
not bad in interviewing people, but it's during the game.
what about Sam Ponder? Also cut.
I thought she did a good job.
I don't know who that is. I bet I would know her if I saw her.
Yeah, she's on the Sunday pregame show that they have. She is the wife of
Christian.
Christian Ponder, the former Florida State quarterback and Minnesota Viking.
Yeah, he didn't last long. He didn't.
All right,
Talking about people getting canned.
Didn't she start off with like the SEC Nation and
you
then
may
move
be
on
right.
into the NFL? But anyway.
Honestly, I thought I would look around and recognize her, and I didn't.
Did you not?
I don't watch a lot of that, so I
There's
don't
a lot
watch
of chicks that are interchangeable.
Craig Burgess.
They got a lot
really
of,
don't think
women
she can say
sideline
that.
reporters. It's hard to keep up with it.
She's been a mainstay,
Right.
though. She's not just a sideline reporter, Greg.
Just
She's
saying.
Been,
Yeah.
She's been hosting the
Right.
main show for a while.
Right.
Now RG3, he stood out. 'Cause
Yeah.
he would try to be zany a little
Right,
bit.
right.
Oh, we didn't got that. And I'm like, come on.
Now, some people are saying that
Speedy loved it.
that Sam Ponder, not RG3, had been critical. Of course, she probably has common sense of biological
I
males
believe that's correct.
competing against biological females, trans women.
I believe you're right.
Some people are wondering if that had anything to do with it. But then I bring up this thing that Helmsey showed us the other day that Kirk Herbstreit, of all people, said he's done pretending that this is right.
Yeah.
And he really doesn't care what people think about it. He's no longer going to pretend that it's okay for biological men to compete against biological women. Because,
Do we have that clip?
It was on TikTok.
We can't. I don't think we play.
I don't think we can play it. And he also
like
said,
Greg did it.
Well, put it this way, Bubba. He made it very clear how much he didn't care.
He
What
was
people
tired
thought
of it.
Yeah. That he was tired of it. So, but again, when it goes back to the be more fine than you are crazy, or that means any handle.
Right.
That doesn't mean literally crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Or literally fine.
Yeah, ESPN would see that kind of commentary as problematic. We would see it as just logical.
Yeah.
But Kirk Herbstreit probably is less likely to be cut in the budget than RG3 and Sam Ponder.
Yeah.
He's got a little leverage.
Right?
I would think so.
I think so, definitely.
Yes,
Right,
for
okay.
sure.
But in that world, who knows?
Right. So anyway, but
I
we
don't know
have
if
we
anybody's
seen any blowback on what Kirk Herbstreit said on his TikTok?
Other than keyboard warriors out there hammering him, that's,
I love the term keyboard warriors. Also in celebrity news,
Well, we're a big
the Matthew Perry
weird story.
Yeah, he had drug problems. He died. Now they are going to hold 5 people accountable.
Yeah, they've had an
including
investigation,
2 doctors,
and they've rounded up 5 people and arrested them. One of them is called the Queen of Ketamine, or what is that?
I'm not
drug?
familiar with this drug. After this,
ketamine.
This is more
It's
your area.
ketamine, guys. Ketamine.
This is more your area. What is this drug?
Talk down to
Ketamine. Ketamine is a it's an anesthetic used in humans and animals. It's a dissociative anesthetic.
I don't even know what that means. I have no idea.
It's an anesthesia. It's anesthesia.
I got you. Okay, there you go. All right.
Is it one of those drugs they use to get you off of drugs?
I don't think so.
No, that's
I know what you're talking about, but now that I've heard that doesn't. Maybe you may be right.
That may be the, the legal definition of it, but I don't know. I know that, like you said, they've rounded up a bunch of people, so it was a pretty big net they were casting.
Well, also Greg was telling me there were some texts that they had where they almost were joking around about how they were milking him for money. How much money is he going to spend on this stuff?
Yeah,
they knew he had a problem, and I think this is why they've been arrested. as opposed to looking after him, they kept making money off his addiction.
You're right.
And continuing to sell him the drugs almost in a way that looked like they may have unnecessarily put him at more risk by providing it to him, and then they seem to be milking him, is what it looked like, for money.
Bubba, you may have been thinking of methadone.
That's what I know. That one is
right.
Is one
yeah,
of the,
okay. But I thought it might be in that same class of drugs.
This is a little bit
because the doctor actually
wilder.
gave him a higher than normal dose of it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
a few days before he died.
Oh, really? Wow. That sounds
Because
like
he basically passed out and drowned in the tub, right?
Yeah, well, if it is an anesthesia, this
I may be
sounds
wrong.
this sounds like Michael Jackson again.
Yeah,
where you have these people giving you this stuff to help you sleep.
Yes.
And then they give you more than you should have had, and you go to sleep for good, or you pass out in the tub, and unfortunately you drown in the water. So it's they're holding these people accountable apparently, or at least they're going to have their day in the court. But they have arrested them, accusing them of contributing to his death in a way that may bring charges against him.
Oh, it's also used as a recreational drug because it is psychoactive. It makes you hallucinate.
On the text line, they're saying it's a horse tranquilizer.
Yes, that's originally what it was made for.
Street name Special K.
Yes, or just
Good
K.
night.
Yeah. And someone says no, it's not one of those drugs they used to get people off drugs. So.
Yeah, it's hallucinogenic.
Wow.
You'll go on a trip.
Wow. So they're
What happened to his chin? Did y'all see in like the later interviews?
Is that where you're going with this?
Did y'all notice
of all things to say
chin
about
in
it?
his mouth, and he just looked.
Greg,
he did so many drugs. He drank so much.
Yeah, he was.
Man, he's looking rough.
Sad, man.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Also, don't forget our podcast and YouTube archives. Catch any part of the show that you may have missed. If you have more Rick and Bubba today, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
AI might be the most important new computer technology ever. It's storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested. So buckle up. The problem is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power. So how do you compete without cost spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. OCI has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds, offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does data better than Oracle. So how you can train your AI models at twice the speed and less than half the cost of the other clouds. This is now available to you. If you want to do more and spend less, like Uber, 8x8, Databricks, Mosaic, take a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/Bubba. That's oracle.com/Bubba. Oracle.com/Bubba.
It's time to. Oh, you do. Thank you, Jim. So, well, thank you very much, and God bless you. You're a great story, a great American story, and a huge success. And Gene, again, we got other things coming up. You're going to be in here a lot.
Golden Plate's a big sponsor of the Bruno's Memorial Classic, and we're taking Turner South out on site at Greystone. We're excited about that for the Pro-Am on May 1st.
Can I tell who I'm playing with yet?
Yeah, you can. Oh, Gene, wow.
Look, this is the pro. This is one I wanted.
Just the pro.
Fuzzy Zeller.
Fuzzy Zeller.
Is that official?
It's official.
Okay.
And you know we'll have snacks out there, if you know what I mean.
Thanks, Gene. Thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you, guys.
Thanks, Julie. God bless you. And congratulations to Mallory and her dad, Bob. They'll have a great time at the SEC Gymnastics Tournament this weekend. If you want to go, you know, it'd be a great family event for any of us. So call 1-800-240-2300 or go to secsports.com or go to rickandbubba.com. All the information there as well.
You know, I beat the Curse last year.
You did.
The first team.
You did.
I beat it. I'm back.
Of course, TV's in it now.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 877 We Be Big, celebrating Bill Bubba Bussey's 39th birthday today.
Well,
Happy birthday, Bubba.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
We got the birthday stuff up behind you. We got the balloons. Speedy, what have we got out in the hall? Because, I mean, let's face it.
We got something hanging out.
Yeah, we got
Is that a
something hanging out in the hall.
Rick, that is a pinata that we have turned into the Saddam pinata, and we can wail on it. At first, I thought, well, since it's Bubba's birthday, maybe he can get out there and wail on it. But then I started getting like really selfish, and I said, well, no, I want to hit on it too.
Well,
and so
at a birthday party, all the kids hit on it.
And then my anger for Saddam is at its highest level it's ever been. And so I said, why don't we make this? At first, I wanted to get a donkey and make it the Saddam jackass, on
the phone, I had an idea because the classic is the Great Donkey Pinata.
Yes.
And I said we'll call it Saddam the Ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And because that's
be scripturally correct.
Yeah, and be scripturally because if you use it as a noun and you're talking about the beast, that's fine. You know, I mean. And so I thought
we blew his head up, and
it didn't fit on the ass.
Right.
So we had to go with something else.
Exactly. And so we thought we'd go with that. And
right.
And at any time that we start talking about the war, or we see news updates or whatever, and we get just physically frustrated, we can just go out there and pound on him a little bit.
And Speedy asked, he said, well, what will everybody's role be? And I said, well, Bubba's the birthday boy, so he can wail on. I said, of course, I'll play the role of Boomon again, the overly aggressive kid that comes to your birthday party and ends up just wailing on the pinata too hard and hurting people. And now, he's sweating and he has a little bit of smell of wild onions from the backyard because he's already been wrestling.
Oh, sure. And he's got some ants bites.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yes.
But he ain't paying any attention to that.
No, his legs are eat up. But it doesn't matter because he don't care.
I have never been to a pinata event that went smooth.
No, and that's what's good.
Either you destroy something with the stick, you hit somebody with the stick, even if it appears to go good, somebody bumps head while they're diving for candy.
No, let me tell you what happened is the one I had. We know Ryan Greenwood, who's here, the webmaster.
I think they're more unsafe than SUV, really. I think we ought to protest.
That his string got tore out by one.
Rick, and the way it happened was perfect because Ryan had it hanging on his back screened-in porch, and it was like right next to the screen. And I said, I made a point, Ryan, do you think that's too close to the screen? No, this is fine.
He gave me a heads up.
The very first swing of the stick, Rick. First batter,
I said,
first
Bubba,
swing.
I got it. I'm gonna back the kids up. I had a big handle, big broom handle. I said, I'm gonna back them up so they're just getting the tip of the stick. I said, got a line here. I think we're okay.
First swing, first person, right down the screen. It looked like it was cut with a perfect knife.
Well, didn't the kid get hit?
Yes.
At yours?
At mine, I told the kids, I said there was a pinata at some event we had, one of the birthdays or something. And I said, look, guys, I said, the person's blindfolded with a stick. And maybe this is something that now that, our largest minority is becoming, Latin Americans, things like that, Mexicans who seem to have, they know the pinata a little better than us. Maybe they can give us some safety tips.
Right.
But I told everybody, I said, if candy falls out, don't dive in there after it. Let me tell you when to go, because if you dive in there...
Could still be stick swinging.
And the blindfolded person is still wailing. Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Glad you're here from the Big Boy Studio here in Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world via various platforms, live and archived. Helmsey's last day today. We have Greg here. We have Adler here. Speedy's on vacation. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being here.
Yeah, big room full.
We got a room full today.
Well, Bubba, we have the golden ticket seats are here, and there's only 2 people out of the 12 that have ever been here before.
Yeah.
All the others, not just the studio, the others are first-timers, period. They've never been to any studio. They've never watched any show.
So you have nothing to compare it to, so you won't be disappointed.
They won't be disappointed.
That's a good point.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I saw a couple of them a little emotional about Speedy not being here.
Y'all missed that.
Yeah.
And scared you to death when you walked in.
That's right. And since it's Helmsey's last day, everybody can have one side hug
or a possible kiss on the cheek.
Yeah.
So is he?
Or you can rub his haircut.
You know what I'm excited about? That 12 people said they wanted to come, and 12 people showed up.
I know.
We had no.
On your
no
last
one.
day, you had no golden ticket
And
seat.
2
hassle.
all the way from Michigan.
I know. How about that?
Now they've been here multiple times to just about every studio. So that had
and provided a lot of entertainment.
Yes,
I told them I played the best of bit when they were staying at the Airbnb that time, and the person there didn't like our show at all.
No. As a matter of fact, their Airbnb experience just made me go, okay, good, I'm right. I'm not going to ever do that.
Yeah, about the time I would have tried it, I waved it off.
Me too.
I thought, I don't want to go through
same
that.
Same thing. So we have other things to cover. They'll get a chance to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat coming up. Rock and Roll City will perform. But Bubba, we've hit a number of things, and we have talked about Helmsey, and we'll continue to do that, and how he came to the show. We talked about that earlier. And we even on Thursday's show, we also talked a little bit about his impact here on the show, and we'll do a little more of that before we're done. But this Trump thing, we played his press conference yesterday, and talking to our guest about the current state of Venezuela on the podcast this weekend. You just look at the landscape of our country right now politically, and it's UGLY. It does not have an alibi. It's ugly. Hey, it's ugly.
What?
So people are starting. We're almost to September.
Yep.
I mean, we're sitting here. If you're listening to the show live, I mean, we're August 16th. Okay, so we're just about a month away from September the 18th, when Trump may be sentenced. Correct?
He has to go back before the court. What was the judge? Manchin? What is his name?
Something like that.
And he is due to be sentenced on his conviction for the paperwork issues. I saw one of the lawyers yesterday that has been involved in these type cases before, and he said it would be very, very rare that a he put nonviolent first-time offender would be put into jail. But he said, I would not bet the farm on this with Trump. This judge has got, he's got leeway in a lot of decisions.
Yep.
Every single thing that's been brought up, he's ruled against Trump.
Yep.
And they did get the sentencing pushed back to the 18th. His lawyers are now... they have filed a request to delay the September 18th sentencing in New York until after the 2024 presidential election, citing concerns of election interference in the case where Trump was convicted on all counts of falsifying business records in a case that was led by the Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg. Trump's lawyers also argue for dismissal based on the recent Supreme Court ruling that provides some immunity for official acts by a former president. So it's going to be interesting to see if he'll push this back or if he will try to put Donald Trump in jail, who is now the leading candidate for the office of president. I mean, we will be full bore, banana republic at this point. I mean, we already are, but for him to, and then you're going to say, well, you're interfering with the election, which would be true also.
Right.
So I don't know how this is going to play out. It'll be a civics lesson for the ages.
Yeah, I was looking at one of those very reliable sources when it comes to political commentary and news, and of course that's social media.
Right.
And I did see some people who have various X accounts who were saying, and I don't know what their credibility is, that do not rule out that they will sentence him on the 18th. Don't think that there's no possible way that'll happen.
Listen, Manchin, he's a rock star now in the Democratic Party. So
Juan Merchan.
Yeah, Merchan. Yeah, he's got his chip in the big game, Rick. So we'll see how all this plays out.
Got liberals wanting to date him and all kinds of things.
The View, Joey Behar wants to give him a big hug. So
sure.
That there make you change your mind.
Just for that alone, I'd let Trump walk, I believe.
Right. The effeminate commentator on MSNBC's in love with him.
Oh, yeah.
Thrilling.
Yeah, so he's
so bad for the country. It doesn't matter what political party you subscribe to. This is so bad for the country.
Well, this lawyer had described, and I talked about this earlier, this whole ruling, this whole proceeding has made it open season on a former president. And if I was Biden or Obama or anybody else, I would not be wanting to see this take place, because they are going to set a precedent that will haunt us as Americans for years to come, no matter what party you're in or who your president is.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. I don't think right now, when you look at the desperation of the left and how they don't want to lose power, and you would think they just do such a good job that they wouldn't have to worry about that. Right. But I don't think that's happened. People were real upset about the state of things, even people that normally would vote for them in the past. But I think that they are willing to do anything to stay in power. So if they're going to use everything.
Yeah,
they
I
can.
would underline anything.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, they will also accuse Trump of being that way. Don't ever miss that.
Yeah.
Don't ever miss that.
Sure, that's standard.
Right. He's the one that's going to cling to power, never give it up. Of course they.
Well, hey, y'all should know.
How about this? But we're kind of inconvenient that the last time that he lost an election, he didn't stay.
Right.
So
we do have a track record.
They almost act like he hasn't been president.
It wasn't
before.
A pretty exit, but he did leave.
Well, he's an insurrectionist, Bubba.
Yeah,
you know that.
Sure.
So anyway, video 2 and 2B here.
The king considered George Washington a criminal too. Don't forget.
Yes, he did.
And now he's got a big statue in D.C.
Yes, he did.
The biggest, by the way.
Did you know that Joe Biden is still alive?
What?
Somebody said that. I didn't know. I figured they just put him back in the basement now and packed him away.
We haven't seen him a whole lot, but he made his first ever appearance since Kamala's been on the campaign trail.
Was it electrifying?
Well, here's a clip. He's going to tell you about their Project 2025.
Oh, boy.
Okay, and so here it is.
And get this. You may have heard about the MAGA Republican Project 2025 plan.
No, none of them's read it.
They want to repeal Medicare's power to negotiate drug prices.
No,
Let
well
Big
said.
Pharma back to charging whatever they want. Let me tell you what our Project 2025 is. Beat the hell out of them.
I'm not kidding. Not joking.
I'm not joking.
I got hairy legs.
I got a hairy leg.
He's precious.
Joey.
Here,
love each other, Joey.
He's always going to beat up somebody, and he can't even get off stage.
No, isn't that funny?
He's going to whoop somebody.
Yeah, he's a big man.
Here's
everybody.
Here's Biden talking about the guy they're running against. All right, you ready for that? Here we go.
They want to, the guy we're running against, what's his name?
No, he's acting like he's doing that. He really don't know.
Donald Dump or Donald, whatever. They want to get rid of this, what we passed. They're fighting to get rid of what we've just passed. No, I'm serious.
I'm not joking.
He said Donald Dump.
He did.
Donald Dump.
He did.
I'm being funny.
I'm trying to act like I don't remember.
By the way, Bubba, you know how they hand out the words and the phrases, and everybody has their talking points?
Oh, yeah.
Here's a montage. Apparently, the left's new thing is that Kamala has momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala has momentum. Catch all the momentums right here.
Yeah, this is a montage here of if it feels like Kamala has momentum, that's because the entire mainstream media keeps saying the word momentum.
Battleground momentum. New numbers showing the Harris-Walz ticket is gaining ground.
Vice President Harris gaining momentum.
Momentum in some key states.
This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris gaining momentum. Gaining momentum.
Gaining momentum.
Gaining momentum.
But look, this momentum, keeping the momentum.
Harris's momentum.
Harris's momentum.
You can't slow down the momentum.
This remarkable momentum.
Mission number one is create the momentum and then keep the momentum. What does momentum look like in the polls?
Kamala Harris is doing two things here. Number one, momentum, and number two, momentum.
Yeah, there was a laugh track underneath that which was annoying, but you get the point.
But the momentum was there, Bubba.
Yeah, the laugh track had me laughing.
Yeah. Do you think they passed
Did they
that
put
one
it on a text, or do they have a website they go to get their orders every day?
I don't know.
Tim Walz is folksy, and Kamala Harris has momentum. Do not forget it. Repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it.
Nothing like a good folksy communist.
Yeah. Folksy communist. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us today as we wind through another one with our golden ticket seat guest here today. All right, so we have a video clip today, and, you know, there's all kinds of comedy that is, for as long as, since the fall in the Garden of Eden, and all the different books about, you know, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and men and women equal, but they're distinctly different. You know, the comedic dance of men and women and being equal but so different and trying to make it all work. We have a clip today, and Adler says it is a woman complaining about her husband, and the thing she's complaining about, you said, will help the men understand how women see us.
Yeah, it makes sense. What she's saying makes sense.
Okay.
And,
she looks kind of mean.
Let's see if you guys can relate to this at all.
All right, here we go.
Okay, listen, I've confirmed it. My husband no longer cares about me. Okay, so this morning when I woke up in a really bad mood. Okay, I don't know why I woke up in a bad mood, but I was just in a bad mood. And I wanted to talk to him about it. I really did. So when he asked me the first time, he said, "What's wrong with you? You're acting like you're in a bad mood or something." I said, "No, I'm fine." Okay, so then he asks again. He was like, "No, I can tell something's wrong with you. What's going on? Is there something wrong?" And I said, "No, I'm fine." And then he never asked me again. He never asked again. And what hurts the most is that I was going to tell him on that third time. I was going to tell him the third time that he asked. And then he just must not care. He must not give a single...
You get the idea.
Okay, buddy. So the third time would have got how you really feel.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
It really
total
does.
sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Watching that clip, I feel sorry for him right now.
Right. Well, she woke up in a bad mood, and here's my favorite. She doesn't know why.
Yeah.
And
then wouldn't say it.
And then
she asked her twice.
And when asked if I was in a bad mood, I kept saying no. And if he just asked one more time, I would have told him.
Makes perfect sense.
She doesn't know what no means, evidently.
Yeah, I will just pass along to all of the wonderful females out there. And I don't know who taught y'all this, or maybe it was in a book somewhere. Just on behalf of all men, we do not know how to read your mind.
No.
I know y'all may think we do. We don't have the gift to read minds. We can't read anybody's minds.
We hardly know what's on ours.
Right. We can't read your mind. You know, probably the best way is to just tell us what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell us. You know, tell us what's wrong. Don't make us. We don't have to be Sherlock Holmes. Just tell us. You know, I mean, you could just say it.
There's only one Kreskin.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We cannot read your mind. It's not possible. I don't know why you like that game of wanting us to learn to read your mind. It's no indication on whether we love you or not, whether we can read your mind. That's not an indicator of anything. It's just an indicator that we don't have the ability to read a mind.
No.
That's all that is.
Yeah. I don't know what the word hint means.
Right.
I cannot take one, don't read one, don't know. Mm-mm. I've told my wife several times, I am stupid. You need to just tell me.
Just tell me.
I'm sorry I didn't have a date scheduled for us in a month or two. That I forgot. Just tell me that. I'm so sorry.
Right.
I'm stupid.
Right.
Tell me.
That's right. Yeah. It's little things like, and I laughed when Seinfeld finally got married, and he said, "You know, I didn't know I had a tone. Never knew I had a tone." Yeah. He said, and then after I got married, I learned that apparently I have a tone.
Yes.
I don't like your tone.
Yeah.
I didn't even know I had one. So I hope that helps everybody today to better understand your wife. Bubba, guess who's broke their silence? Speaking of women.
Who?
Australian breakdancer Raygun.
Raygun is, everybody.
Video 11.
Everybody knows Raygun's name. Nobody knows any of the names of the people who won medals.
No,
not one.
See, if somebody could have read Raygun's mind, it might have saved the Australian country an embarrassment. Raygun has broke her silence about being mocked online about her bizarre Olympic performance. Here's Raygun.
Hi everyone, Raygun here. I just want to start by thanking all the people who have supported me. I really appreciate the positivity, and I'm glad I was able to bring some joy into your lives. That's what I hoped. I didn't realize that would also open the door to so much hate, which has frankly been pretty devastating. Well, I went out there and I had fun. I did take it very seriously. I worked my butt off preparing for the Olympics.
Well, you trained for that?
I gave my all, truly. I'm honoured to have been a part of the Australian Olympic team and to be part of breaking's Olympic debut.
And then
farewell.
proceeding to destroy it.
So she practiced to come up with them moves. Is that right?
I'm not trying to. I'm not sure she's not taking advice from anybody, but I don't think I'd tell everybody that I worked really hard and this was the result of it.
Yeah, I'd have said,
I would have said, look, I just showed up. Nobody took breaking serious. I put myself in a position where I could send myself to the Olympics. I've always wanted to go to Paris. I knew nobody cared who won breakdancing, and I went there and I did a goof, and I'm sorry I upset people. I think I would have said that.
Adler, do you have the footage I sent you yesterday? It was a story of her actually breakdancing somewhere else away from the Olympics.
Oh, so there's more breakdancing?
No.
I'll find it. In the meantime, here is...
I was going to show it to y'all and get you to guess who it was, and you wouldn't have guessed it.
Yeah. Was she better?
Yeah, I thought so.
Really?
I think
so. She waited.
I don't
to the
think
Olympics
she could be any worse.
Really bad.
I think
better
that,
doesn't mean a whole lot.
I think what she had on
and
the environment was not her best setup.
Well, I do know that they've been showing one female break dancer from Australia. They said is clearly better than her.
Yeah,
and that girl can do break dancing, I guess, pretty well. And they're asking why wasn't she the representative?
Did she try out? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Apparently
what the
so.
Criteria was.
Well, she and her husband put themselves on the first ever breakdancing committee, and decided to put themselves there.
Well, y'all hear? Okay, the Paralympics are now going on in Paris, and breaking.
Don't do this.
Breaking is part of Paralympics.
No, don't do this.
Here's some guys with one leg absolutely destroying Raygun. Y'all, I mean. Dude is, I mean, he's doing flips on his
Can we hear the music?
That guy just did a backflip with one leg.
We can't.
He's got one leg. He's doing a backflip.
Goodness!
Wow.
I mean,
do you think though some of that is easier with only one leg?
He did a backflip with one leg.
No, not the backflip. Not the spinning. Because now you don't have that other leg to get in the way.
Are those his background dancers?
I'm just making a legitimate point.
I thought that's legit. I'm not talking about the flipping. The flipping that was very impressive.
Y'all, Raygun was worse than I remember.
Y'all look right there.
Raygun was terrible. Absolutely terrible. And what I would have said is, I did this to goof off and entertain my friends. I'm sorry to upset everybody.
Has anybody ever been in an event and not had 1 point?
Oh yeah, there's been shutouts in sports.
I'm talking about in these things where you get judged.
I had some tests in school that I didn't get any points on.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a 0.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
Greg, there's been no hitters in baseball, but those guys were actually going against somebody, not just doing something on their own.
That's a good,
We'll take your phone calls next. We don't have the ability to screen them, so if it's ringing, it'll ring until we answer it here on the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I said, son, you don't need to go in there until I tell you. Then finally I gave up. I said, well, he's about to learn a bad lesson. Bam! Some candy fell out of the bottom. He dove in, blindfold, didn't know they'd hit it roundhouse. When somebody's head gets hit so solid that there's almost an echo.
Yeah.
It's just boom! You know what I mean? It's not like his head got grazed. It was a solid melon hit with it.
Yeah.
and he just rolling on the ground.
It's that sound when a home run's hit in the major leagues. Yeah, with the wood bat.
Yeah, but the great thing about the boomon of your party, though, even though he got hit solid, he still was eating candy while with parents putting ice on his head.
Sure.
Oh, red face, sweating.
Yeah.
So, and we also have Dreamland ribs today.
We've got 4 slabs of ribs, and we've also got.
What are y'all gonna eat?
We've also got the famous.
Oh my God.
Just fan it over here.
Yeah, we'll get it up.
I wish they had a cologne that smelled like that. I might take a little hot sauce and rub it behind my ears.
All right, so, and you've got a present.
Well, look, we have a no present rule here on the show.
Yeah, what do you do?
We also got banana pudding because Christopher Columbus, we knew he was a big fan of that, so Dreamland brought banana pudding as well. And we've also got Sean Alexander from the Seattle Seahawks that wanted to come in personally and wish you happy birthday. And we've got Sean Hannity from Fox News. He's going to be calling to personally wish you a happy birthday.
All right, wait, we got to do this.
Birthday cake,
Birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Bring it on in here. Put that baby down.
Happy birthday, dear Bubba. Happy birthday to you. You're growing old.
You got gray hair. Smell like a skunk.
There it is, 3-9. Can you believe you're 39?
Wow. No, I can't. Really, I don't feel. I got to blow it out. I'm sorry.
I know.
You got it. Done.
And Don Juan has broken the no-gift rule.
We had a no-gift rule here on the show, but Don Juan said he found something.
Come on, D.
And
I love him so dang much. You know, he did so much for me.
And you know, I've been a little under the weather.
Nice voice, too, D. I heard that this week.
Bubba gave me a voice, so I gave him a gift. So.
Yeah, very good. Well, you're sounding good. Are you feeling all right?
Good.
Okay, good.
Good.
It is better than it was yesterday.
What? Don Juan, what in the world?
Bubba, you know,
Gosh.
Look at this.
Good grief.
Don Juan, you should
Good
look
night,
How did you get that on?
I've been putting bling Don Juan.
Good. I mean, that thing just filled with diamonds. And
I want Bubba to be iced out.
He's got.
I don't know how to open it.
Well, he is iced out. Look at that. It's a little big for his wrist. There's something in there. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh,
my God. You should have done that.
I want to be iced out.
Boy,
I'm iced out now. Man, you shouldn't have done.
Now if I can just get some 20-inch rims on that truck out there, man.
I feel like Notorious B.U.B.
That's right, man.
I mean, that is a swinging chain with a dollar sign on it. I'm talking about.
Let me clear my throat.
He's going to be stomping in his Air Force One.
That looks like Todd Jones's watch.
I know it.
Nice,
Good gracious.
I hadn't seen anything that gaudy since my last family reunion.
I know it.
I know you got a healthy raise and you're rich, but good gracious.
Man, D, you shouldn't have done that.
Man, wow.
Man,
That Hibbets is paying off.
D, I'll tell you what. And I question you having 2 jobs. I understand now.
That's why I had to take up modeling, too.
Look,
I know.
Right.
Modeling's paying off.
Bubba,
I'm all tangled up.
Bubba, I mean, how about this? Happy birthday.
Look, thank you, D. You shouldn't have done that. Serious business, man. That's too good. Man, that's all right. Look
Man,
at that thing
is
shine. I'm going to have to turn the camera down a little bit there.
Man, that looks good. That is a good look for you, too.
Will y'all start calling me Notorious B.U.B.?
Done. Done.
Huh?
All right, we'll be back. It's 19 minutes to the top of the... 35 minutes now past the hour. We will get your phone calls. Can't screen them, so we'll just take them as they come. So if your name, some of you have called in the past, and if you do, our system grabs your name. But if you're first-timers, it's just going to show us where you're calling from. So if you hear in your phone, and turn your radio down, if you hear me answer and say, hey, this is a Rick and Bubba show, then you're on, okay? So make that point. Somebody asked if I was exaggerating about 0 points in school, and that they laughed at that. No, I did a quarter at Troy. It was Troy State then, and I did the entire quarter, and I received no credit.
The whole quarter,
none. And I remember
that's nothing.
I remember my dad coming to me and saying, "How do you go to college for an entire quarter and receive no credit?" And I wish I could have had my answer back. I said, well, let me tell you, it's not easy. and so...
Did that go over well?
That did not go over well. I wish I could have reeled that one back in. But he made sure that I regretted it. To the phones we go. Let's go to Marshall out of Mississippi. Marshall, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Oh, buddy. Happy Friday.
Thank you, buddy. You too.
Yeah. Helms? Is Helms around, or is he taking calls?
Yes, sir.
He's right there.
He just left.
Oh, buddy. Look, him. whenever we was able to go to the show, everybody made me feel real good. But just getting a chance to be there at that studio and stuff, I know Helms is the one that works on that, and I hope. Send him an email, I know, along with the 1,000 that he's got. We really appreciated it. Hope that everything goes well, and we just pray that the Lord continues to bless with the show, but him and his family and Bubba as well. I'm looking forward to getting updates from everything. I think it'll be a lot of fun to hear from them in the future.
Thanks, Marshall. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. We continue.
That deserves a love you, man.
Did you go?
I did. Love you, bud.
Let's go. Oh, good night.
We only got an hour and a half. I may get emotional.
Some of these things that are happening with some of the phone calls, it's so unpredictable right now. Let's go to David in Prattville.
Blowing it up.
David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I got two things real quick. Helms, we're going to miss you, but, hey, if you can't make the big year-ender, we'll get somebody to pay you to do a cameo for the big year-ender. And also, to send you off with grace, y'all need to kick off playing Na 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 Na, Hey Hey, Goodbye, and let you crank that car up and just head out.
Yeah. Well, we get to the final segment today. That will be the bed music. Yeah. And we'll all be saying goodbye to Helms and of course, we'll continue to see Helms. I'm just talking about on the show. Kentucky. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Kentucky, go ahead.
Be a while.
Don't get up there much anymore with Dad and Mom not living there. Kentucky, go ahead. Are you from Kentucky? Do you hear me talking to you?
Hey, person.
Cats are back.
I talked about this, that you're going to hear us in the phone. Nobody's screaming. Yeah, and then, so just be ready. Are you ready? All right,
yeah, this is Jack.
All right, Jack, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is Jack from Kentucky. How you doing?
I'm good, Jack.
All right, guy. Hey, I met you up in Lawrenceburg last year. I'm not sure if you remember, but anyway.
In September last year, yeah.
Yes, so appreciate you coming up there and speaking to us. It was an awesome message up there.
Yeah, Rich Wingo. Rich Wingo's coming this September. He'll be there doing that same event, Rich Wingo. So don't miss that.
Well, I wanted to call in before you guys actually close down for one, the final show at the end of the year, whenever that is. But it's always been awesome listening to you guys. Appreciate everything you do and stand for. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, and I thank God for saving me. And I thank you and your wife for the book that she wrote. It's really helped us.
Well, thank you, man. You're very kind to say that, and appreciate that encouragement. And thanks for supporting the show. And don't miss it. They're doing the exact same thing this year, near the same weekend. You'll see it at themanchurch.com. Wingo will speak Saturday night to the men, and then he'll preach Sunday morning. So we continue. Let's go to Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hello.
Right,
hey, this is Raygun.
Let's go to Chris in Florence.
I wish we could book her for a podcast.
I do too. Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
We're good. We're good, Chris.
Well, I want to say, Helms, congratulations. Good luck to you. We're going to miss you. We wish you nothing but the best, and we'll be praying for you and the kids and the wife as you start this new journey. Like I said, we're going to miss you, and you're awesome, and we expect nothing but national championships for Coachy.
Well,
that's right.
No pressure.
That's right. No pressure there.
Thank you so much.
Staying cocky. Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, that's tough.
Hello, person. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Aaron Nichols. I just wanted to call everybody while everybody was still there. I just wanted to say I love you guys and thank you for what you do, and I'm going to miss you all.
Thank you.
Very kind of you. Speedy's not here. Do you mind calling back when he's here and saying the same thing?
Yeah, I don't mind. I can call back anytime.
Thank you, man. That's kind. We continue to Rainsville/Huntsville, United States. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, sir.
Biggins.
Hey,
Biggins.
Hey,
buddy. Hey, I know it's Helmsley's last day and everything, but what's that got to do with the top 10 list?
Oh, is this top 10 Lamar?
It is.
Oh,
do you have one?
I love this.
I do have one.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me get
totally unplanned. I love it.
I like this.
That way, meat dog.
Let me get this ready here. All right. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What's the title?
Top 10 things I trust more than Kamala Harris.
Top 10 things I trust more than Kamala Harris.
All right.
Number 10.
A gas pain at my age.
Top 10 things I trust more than Kamala Harris, number 9.
Shohei Ohtani's interpreter.
We're off to a roar.
That's good.
Number 8. Number 8.
The lottery as a retirement plan.
Top 10 things
You're not high.
I trust more than Kamala Harris, number 7.
Facebook fact checkers.
Yeah.
That's a good grade.
Number 6.
Boeing airline door panels.
Top 10 things I trust more than Kamala Harris, number 5.
A certain French pole vaulter.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Oh, number 4.
Angel Hernandez behind the plate.
That's good.
Top 10 things I trust more than Kamala Harris. What are we at, number 3?
3.
Yeah, number 3.
A Chinese lab in Wuhan.
Yeah. Number 2.
Raygun, the Australian breakdancer.
And the top 10 things that Lamar trusts more than Kamala Harris, number 1.
Gas station sushi.
Oh, man.
Gas station sushi.
It's hard to eat with chopsticks on the road.
Well,
it really is.
Thank you, Lamar. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You got to get the wheel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the way, I like it, I said, that's the way, I like it, That's good stuff right there, Lamar.
Solid.
That's good.
For how many years has Lamar delivered?
Oh, he really, I mean, there's some better than other ones, but never a dud.
They're always deep thought.
They are deep. Let's go to Fort Payne, Alabama / Huntsville, United States. Hello, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yes, Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm following the topic of everybody talking about Helmsey. I just want to let you guys know how much I appreciate you guys. I run a small business. My father passed away. He was the owner 6 years ago, and for the last 6 years, I've listened nonstop from the kickoff hour to the very end of the show. You guys have been an amazing part of my life for the last 6 years to break the silence at work and to get me through my day. I just want to tell you guys, and especially Helmsey, I love you guys, and you guys are going to be missed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, about that.
Very,
See what
very
you've done.
nice.
You stirred everybody up. You happy? Hey, you won't get out of here without squalling today.
It's going to be tough.
I see a little bit. I thought I saw a little bit of...
You talking about a little bit of misty eye?
I saw a little mist.
Yeah.
You got a little mist?
It's coming. It's gaining on me, Rick.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This thing's gotten worse.
Hello.
This thing's
Hello.
gotten worse.
I thought it was just my singing on Double Vision you didn't like.
No.
So anyway, Rick, a little bit of controversy here this morning, and
So here we go.
We'll walk into that, but I need
Here we go.
I need to keep it in order though. Okay,
Yes.
and to do that, I need to start this segment with a movie review. Do we have our official movie review music?
What is our movie? Wow, we never really had
We
one.
don't have any music for that.
Okay, well, hang on.
Shouldn't we have something though?
You're just looking at us. All right, how about Duran Duran's "Girls on Film"?
That has potential.
I don't have it, but that just came to mind.
What about this? What about
Sure.
What about you know that
Substantial
the
stuff.
what about
That's
I
a
know
good one.
I know this does not have to do with a movie, but what about Angel as a centerfold?
What's
Jay
that got
Golf
to do with
Band.
the movie?
What does that?
Well,
I just kind of liked the song, and I hadn't heard it in a while.
See, and y'all
So-
wonder what we do in the breaks. This proves we don't do anything.
Yeah, well, we were actually goofing off with something else, and
Sure was funny, too.
well,
Yeah, it was.
look, I'm gonna say this. How about this? You can't enjoy a birthday now for all the pressure that goes with
There's
it.
a ton of
Too
pressure.
much controversy surrounding birthdays.
How about Gloria by Laura Browning?
That doesn't just really
I'm
hit
gonna
me.
find one here.
How about this too?
Flock of Seagulls, I Ran So Far Away.
Well, I like that song.
What it feels like for a girl.
I don't want to say that I think we're influencing
Madonna.
Sean Hannity. Well, are you feeling the role as Craig Shoemaker today, by the way?
It's a song.
You know, always good to see Craig. I hate that he's a left-wing Hollywood protester, but
Well,
you know, but I love him anyway,
freeze
and that's
frame.
what I told him. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. I'll take that.
freeze frame.
Although to me, it's well, okay.
I know that's really pictures, but still.
I know.
Isn't it close?
Well, kind
All right, listen, and here's how I'm going to play it. I'm going to make it work for you today. The sound we'll hear of the cameras is people taking pictures of the stars at the premiere.
There you go.
How's
That'll
that
work.
sound? Does it hear? Hear 'em? See? How's that? Movie review.
Been there.
So bring down the house.
Steve Martin, Queen Latifah. Funny movie. Now let me. That's what I said.
Yeah. Queen irrelevant.
Yes. How do you say it, Dave? What's the
Latifah?
What?
You said Latifah.
What'd I say?
Latifah. But it's Latifah.
What did I say?
Latifah.
And it is
Latifah.
Okay.
Tha.
You wish it was you wish it was Latifah, don't you?
You know, I guess it's in my mind. I didn't hear a lot of difference in that. You know what I mean? I know there's a little bit there, but to me it would be.
You didn't hear a difference in tha and fa?
Not really. Not at the end like that. You know what? However you say her name, who really cares?
Right.
It's a pretty funny movie.
It's a hilarious movie. I have not seen it.
I will say this: if racial stereotypes bother you and you may be sensitive,
yes,
you do not need to go see this movie. Okay? Let me underline. A little language in it. The little tykes probably need to skip it and see it on, DVD when they're old enough to go to war.
Right.
But I did see a funny scene, not on the movie but coming out, where a young man saw the movie and he was there. I took it might be his aunt he was with to see the movie, and they came out just ahead of me, and the young man ran over to his mom who had been somewhere else, or I guess they divided up kids, going, and she said, well, how was the movie? And the aunt turned around and looked at me and just put her hand on her face like, oh, gosh, we're going to have a lot of explaining to do when we get home.
So you learned some words in there for your youngster?
Yeah, there's a few. And
does it amaze you what makes the cut on PG-13?
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit amazing.
I mean,
it is a little bit amazing.
You go, well, excuse me, well.
Yeah, and some of the phrases are not throwbys. They're pretty direct.
No, it's kind of like the night that I let my daughter bring over some of her friends for spend the night, and they watched Legally Blonde. And I thought, boy, I'm a good dad.
Yeah.
Until I started getting the phone calls from the parents going, what movie was this?
Legally Blonde, huh?
Yeah, I said, well, it said PG-13. They're 13. What's up?
Yeah, what's up here?
And then I to Sherry, I'll never forget that. I said, let's watch this movie tomorrow and see what the deal is. And I watched it, and I went, well, there you go. With the explanation of the model, why she's married to the old man. Well, righty.
Rick Burgess, speaking of that.
Oh, righty.
There.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being here on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. So I do want to say, because Helmsey, due to his responsibilities at his new job, he's leaving the show today. I think some of you are thinking the show's over today. Helmsey's leaving. The big year ender is still scheduled to be December the 13th.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Now, will members of the show disappear one by one and we never get there? Possibly. But what we're saying is, especially if Bubba's commute continues. But anyway, the 13th of December is scheduled to be the big year ender. Helmsey, this is his final day today, so we have A little bit yesterday and a lot today. You know, we're talking about Helmsey's story and how he got here and all that, and we did some of that earlier. So if you missed that, catch that on the archives today. So, and we'll continue to do that as we wind down. We've got golden ticket seats today and the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat coming up next hour.
What do you know when you kick off the season next year?
Yeah.
And maybe everybody can come watch.
Yeah, well, so we'll have a fall season. The men will start. They'll have their first event. It'll all be away in the fall. Didn't really have any time to put anything together to host. I may actually host a women's event in the 1st of November, end of October, but I'm working through that. 1st of January and 1st of February, you can just go to just Google Jack State Athletics, and you can click on tennis, and the schedules will be posted there. That's the best way to find it.
We got to
follow us on social media, and by the way, if y'all want to donate to the tennis team,
right?
There's a donate button there too. Don't hesitate to go there because we could use the support.
Yeah, we got to get that tennis dome built.
Yeah, right.
Would love that so much. I really trying to fight back some emotion, honestly, as we get through the last hour of this. But I will say this, and I was reading some stuff last night to Amanda. Just the guy said a minute ago, I bet he's got 1,000 emails. It's not 1,000, but I got to tell you, it's probably pretty close. And some of the things that people are saying,
yeah, man,
is just so like you don't realize. All of us in here, we don't realize the impact. No, we're not trying to. We're just coming in here and having a good time as friends, but the impact that this show has had on so many people and myself, the impact it's had on my life. I think that's why it hits an emotional nerve with me, because I was just a listener and a fan.
Good
first.
night. Look at that.
No,
That's good. That's good. Hey, I kind of needed that.
So see, I was saving you last time.
Yes, and so I think that's why this is so emotional for me, because I was a fan first, and so I had those same feelings about you guys that the audience has, and so then I'm one of those guys for 15 years, and now everybody is telling me how much I and the show have meant to them, and so I mean, listen, I got an email last night, and I won't give any names, but this lady, and I've had similar stuff like this, and this will wreck some of you. She said that her husband passed away 3 years ago, and she didn't know how she just didn't know that he was her everything. That's what she said, and she said, and I haven't responded to her yet because I need to take some time with this one, but she said that she didn't know if she was ever going to laugh again. And Greg, Speedy, and myself filled that gap. And the last 3 years has been so tough, and we're the thing that got her going.
Yeah.
And I have heard so many things, maybe not that dramatic, but I've heard so many things similar to that.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. You just kind of get up. Bubba and I had a conversation last night for about 30 minutes. Because you never know what you're going to get into here, and we get busy, and he was wanting to tell me some things, and I appreciated that conversation, Bubba, that we had last night. But we get in here and get in our routines. We've been waking up early. We're going through the show. We're taking phone calls. We're spinning Wheel of Meat. We're archiving shows. We're doing commercials, and we forget about all that. So then when someone leaves, we're quickly reminded of, wow, there's a lot of people out there that are listening every day, and you've meant something to them. And the fact that they would share that and just take the time to send it. I've got a card that I just took to my office from Barbara Smith, who you gave the dog, Buddy.
Yeah,
you gave Buddy the dog.
She has our former family dog.
Yeah,
and just reading her card, like it's amazing the kindness that people. Listen, we have our haters, but that's a very small percentage. It's 1% of what's out there. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you. The audience has taught me things, helped me mature. I feel like you're family as much as you feel like I'm family. I'm hearing that a lot in the emails. You feel like family, and you do too, audience. And so it's been an incredible run, and I love you guys. I don't want that. I love the audience. I really do. I know I say some things from time to time, but we're also got an entertainment factor that we're doing here. Some people don't get it sometimes, and that's fine too.
Absolutely.
But But I love you guys, too. You guys have meant so much to me. And the Helmsey that came in here 15 years ago, and even 16, 17, 18 years ago when I met Bubba, is not the same man he is today. And that's because of y'all. Y'all have guided me. You've helped me. You've prayed over me. You've challenged me. You've kept me accountable. You've said things to me when I didn't want to hear them. Like, you've pulled me in offices and said things, hey, you can't do that. You can't do this. Hey, you live in your life in this fashion. It needs to go this direction. And so thank y'all for that. It has meant a ton. I would not be where I am today with my family if it wasn't for you guys.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Well, thank you. And you've been, we talked about a great asset to the show. And I mentioned it yesterday, but it was at a different time than today. But I do want to reemphasize at a different time of the show today, the things that people may or may not have seen you do behind the scenes, establishing what is now the Man Church, working with Sherry and I, and the things that we've done, and helping us with our social media and our websites, and helping book events. And then you went out and spoke many times and helped develop those curriculum, and watching your spiritual growth through all that was very, very inspiring and affirming. And so thank you again. We've told you this privately, but publicly, thank you for all the work you've done. And as I told all this stuff you see with these listeners and whatever, and even the stuff you see that's continuing now with these men all over the country, I mean, you are part of laying down the groundwork of that, and you don't ever need to forget that legacy is, you're part of that too. And it all flows from this platform, but that's a specific thing that flows from it too. So
Bubba, don't laugh. You see what's happening. It's getting tough.
Well, I'm not going to give you. I'm just going to say. I'm just going to give you one of them.
Well, you said this, and this is the beauty of what we do. Adler has said as much as well. One of the most wonderful things, and it's what gets it'll get you out of the bed in the morning, is there's so few people that get to do what they do for a living and it have eternal impact. There's just not a lot of opportunities to do that.
No.
Unless you go into vocational ministry, but to be able to have a platform that allows you to have fun, cut up, give people a laugh when they need it. You said that. I remember, and a lot of people have talked about that. I remember Brian Regan. The first time Sherry said she laughed after we went through one of our calamities with our youngest son, she said the first time I laughed, I couldn't believe I was laughing. So when people say this show was able to do that and you were able to do that, that's a big moment, because it's more a lot of people go to work and what they do for a living, even though everywhere we go we're called to ministry. Don't hear me.
Sure, yeah.
But there's some places where it's a bigger part of your daily work. It all matters with individuals you work with and all that, but what we get to do is pretty special.
Going to miss you and going to miss this place, all of you.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
There it is. I thought I saw a little mist.
A little bit. A little bit.
Rick and Bubba.
To do a public service announcement, and I hope what you just heard is proof positive. Something must be done to do in the battle against rude Tourette's. I mean, something must be done. I mean, we must stop and help those that suffer from RT, rude Tourette's.
That is your inability to withhold your thoughts to yourself.
Right, and you just...
Especially if it's a rude...
you just blurt things out.
Uncaring thought that must come out the minute you think of it.
We transitioned from a lighthearted story about Skype and Microsoft, opened the door for Helms to really come before the audience and pour out his emotions of the season.
An open door to his soul.
To his soul on this taking on coaching baseball and what it ended up meaning to him. He just said, seconds before rude Tourette's clipped him, that he and his wife were talking on the phone and how emotional it was. And right at the pinnacle of the most emotional part, over the top of him, good gosh, look at that! Because Chaz Bono, shirtless, comes up behind Helms on a screen, and Greg Burgess, not being normal and just saying, hey, in a minute, I'd like to talk about that, after Helms finishes his emotional conversation. Good gosh, I'd rather see a dog eat its puppy.
All of that was in about a 10-second window on the show, and we talked earlier about how we're trying to destroy radio as we know it.
Right.
Speedy, can we hear the playback of that?
Helms, I'm sorry.
It's no big deal. I'm used to it by now.
All right, so
when you live with someone that has rude Tourette's like Greg, you're used to being clipped like you were in T-boned at an intersection.
So you know who we forget, though? Those who have to live with it.
I know it.
It's not just the people.
Rick, that's the silent sufferer.
That's the silent. Those who live with people who have rude Tourette's.
There's two things we have discovered on this show that I hope we get credit for long term, Rick. One was the plight of people who suffer from pointed toe syndrome, and those that suffer with rude Tourette's.
We've asked Greg to leave the studio, so if Helms would like to finish the story, if it's some point, good. Yeah,
he can go back to the kitchen, the whole court back there.
If you missed the moment, here's Helms doing his heart-wrenching recap.
I'm sorry, Helms. I apologize.
And cut his mic off, because he's liable to do it again right in the middle
How
of
about this? Nobody's as big a supporter of Helms on this baseball thing than me.
Greg, but you know what? But you still suffer from rude Tourette's, so you. All right, yeah, you know what?
Again, we can't even do the segment because of the RT.
And then you have Speedy, who's the guy who keeps buying the alcoholic drinks.
Yeah.
Hold on, Rick. Hold on.
All right.
600. He's editing right now. He's fine.
No, you got you down.
I'm sorry, Helms.
You're good. You're good.
Do you realize?
It's not a big deal.
Do you realize that Helms was just at the pinnacle?
I mean, he was somebody's wife and him crying together on the phone.
But I don't mean to say
Good gosh, look at that.
Y'all do that all the
I'd
time.
rather see a dog eating stuffing.
Well, I would. Y'all do that all the time, though.
We don't rude Tourette's over someone who
Rick,
has
the
emotion.
first step in dealing with RT is admitting there's a problem.
Y'all do that all the time.
Here we go, Rick.
All right, Greg, can you please?
Weeds are good.
All right, here we go.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eat or puppy.
It was better than I thought, by the way. Wow.
Back it up. Let's hear it again. I can hear it again.
How about? I apologize, by the way. That was horrible.
No, this is good therapy because Greg hears himself now. You have to make him see it.
I'm sorry, Helms.
Gosh, I'm crying.
One more time, please.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break.
Look,
and,
you getting a little emotional.
I was. Yeah, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eat or puppy.
I can't even say one more time.
I
can't cut everybody's mic off, Rick.
I want y'all to understand how much I wanted them to win the whole thing.
Greg, yeah, it sounds like it.
Listen to the passion and the heartfeltness in Helms.
When he says you don't get to coach a team like that, your voice is cracking.
Oh, yeah. I had to take
About
a
to
deep breath.
cry.
Oh, yeah.
Well, good thing I bailed you.
Oh, my gosh.
One more time.
Speedy, one more time, please.
Cut all the mics off.
All right.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eat or puppy.
Happy birthday, Betty.
Oh, Helms, are you okay? I've never seen you. I've never seen anybody get hit that hard.
That's horrible. That's terrible. I was so wrong.
Let me tell you what, Greg, if that was you T-boning Helms, how about the ambulance doesn't even have the siren on? And we're back, a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Thanks for being with us today. Helmsey, Greg, Adler, all here. Speedy on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And, I know Speedy is going to hate he missed Helms last day.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of people...
There's some speculation he was gone on purpose because, we know how emotional he is.
He's very emotional, and there may be a pressure to give Helms a gift.
Yeah. Or buy lunch.
Buy lunch. Things
Somebody on the text option earlier said that giving Helms an old tennis clipboard from Bubba's garage is the most Rick and Bubba thing ever.
Absolutely.
Instead of like a plaque or something.
Forget a plaque. Who wants that?
You know what you get here? Add a kid.
You saved me from having to order
Add a kid. Well, Bubba, we know that the election.
If Greg had just still had a trophy business, we could have got that
I
flag.
know it.
We could have had a good one.
I mean, we've missed out on a lot of things.
We could give you the Sports Czar trophy.
It's in my office.
Just take it with you.
There's a reason why it was in my office.
Right, it could be, because you won the last
winter.
one.
You ought to just carry it with you.
Just carry it with you.
There you go.
And how about this? Rip that plaque off and let me write in Sharpie. Good job.
Hey, by the way, do need to tell y'all this because this is kind of y'all are bringing up the office. Everything with the exception of one picture that I'm going to take today, which is my favorite picture of Speedy, Greg, and myself. I'm taking it, but everything else that's in there is I don't know what y'all want to do.
I'm going to wear them
a lot of
football
it.
helmets.
Well, that's the thing. Like there's Rick and Bubba football helmets, and there's some cool things in there that y'all may want for y'all's, the Rick and Bubba museum.
I wish you'd take Speedy's Coyote with you.
Yeah, you got room for that?
No, I do not have room for that. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to get the picture the next and show you. It's my favorite picture of us three.
Okay, I want to see it. So we know with the election,
rogue-looking boy.
The election coming up in November.
What?
They're either going to put Trump, try to put him in jail.
We got that coming up the 18th.
If we can somehow do what they did in 2020 and convince people that, we don't really need anybody, cull factor at the voting precincts because of the deadly, coronavirus. That kind of went away, and now it's people just get sick and they go on with their lives. Well, then they tried bird flu. That
one looked like it had potential. Yeah.
They tried so hard, nobody could. They couldn't get anybody to be afraid of bird flu.
Never got off the ground, so to speak.
Never got off the ground. Bubba, stand by. Here comes Mpox. Now you might remember Mpox. This is the monkeypox, and we had the very well.
They hipped it up to Mpox.
Yeah, Greg. Because if we hear monkeypox, we're like, well, I'm not gonna be right.
Yeah, you can't take that serious.
Even though that's not. You can get it from other people too, but Mpox is something that
a frisky monkey
that goes from animals to humans, and then human to human with physical contact, and I'll just leave it at that.
There's a lot of description here.
I'd rather not. I will say this: if you're in the world's oldest profession, look out if you're in one of these regions.
Yep.
But anyway,
stay away from all monkeys.
So, Rick, we got all kind of reports. Highly contagious, severe strain of Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox.
Right.
Remember, they changed it because they thought that was offensive.
Yes.
Is now crossing
Who's
continents.
offended? The monkeys?
Yeah, they were. They were very upset.
And U.S. officials are preparing for its eventual arrival here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see them playing it out.
Probably somewhere around November.
Yeah,
yes.
Mysteriously, it will probably be in full bloom by early November.
Right.
Now, it's like you said, this is just another chapter. Same book. You know, we got to come up with something to scare everybody. Nobody's terrified. Everybody got so put out with the COVID thing they weren't even scared of it.
No, nobody's really afraid of it anymore, except these people that seem to be making a commitment they're going to wear masks for the rest of their lives.
I've seen a few of those.
Well, that's their own business. And for what I may be wrong. Maybe they are immune compromised.
Yeah,
or something.
You don't know.
So God bless them.
I think
I don't know.
Fauci made an announcement recent that you need to get them back out because of COVID.
Did he?
The numbers are going up.
Well, here's what I know. No matter, and I know we said this a lot.
Well, they had to outlaw wearing a mask in one of the counties in New York because all the criminals were doing it and avoiding prosecution.
Here's what I'll say with zero hesitation. If you choose to wear one for whatever reason, if your nose is exposed, it's not doing you any good.
The chin strap move doesn't
The chin
work.
strap is not getting it done. But maybe it's like a security blanket, and that's your own business. Just don't force me to wear one. When you look at the reports here on Mpox, now I saw the very well-spoken leader of the WHO the World Health Organization.
You're not talking about Pete Townsend.
Yeah, isn't he,
No.
Greg?
I'd rather hear from Pete.
Greg, isn't he a great communicator?
Isn't he? Boy, first of all, his volume's not good.
No.
And a terrible accent.
He's maybe is probably uninspiring as any human I've ever
my
heard
goodness.
speak.
Like a
Listen
slug.
to him try to rattle this out. All right, so you can't even hear
Emergency
him.
committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. I have accepted that advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what,
somebody
I'm ready
do
to,
something.
I'm ready to get on it here now.
Somebody do something.
Now, this is the same group that fumbled the whole deal with COVID too.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, but you ain't heard about the M-Pox.
Good news. They have a vaccine. They're just saying they need more of them. They said,
"What, another shot?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, they recommend the vaccine for people 18 and older who fall into these categories. And again, it's pretty much if you're involved in
Rick's dancing all around.
Well, Greg, you just about have to. If you're someone that is participating in physical intimacy a lot, get your vaccine.
Yeah.
In fact,
Rick,
and somehow a monkey's involved.
It is passed through direct touch, but they said it also can spread through bed sheets or other things.
See, now that you don't know
bed
about.
sheet.
Yeah.
Somebody sneaks in your house, lays in your bed.
I don't know, y'all. It's getting pretty bad. Here's some footage from San Francisco.
Oh my goodness, there's monkeys everywhere. You know, and
Good night.
you know what we've said before. If you want to date a monkey, not only do you have to be in a bad place, you got to be pretty quick.
Yeah,
you got to be athletic. But this is
extremely coordinated.
Can I say something?
Right.
This is one of those things when the pandemic started, we all sat here and made fun of
We
it.
sure did.
And we like brought in masks and was wearing them and
I know,
just
I tried to hide
acting
that footage.
goofy
Being
it.
sarcastic.
Are we looking at one of those type situations that we look back at and go,
You're sending a picture and your back's full of monkeypox.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
That picture's horrible.
Here's where they got a little bit of problem because remember they convinced us. I remember the first time we were on the show and that Canadian doctor was filling us in on what's going to happen to our lungs.
Yeah.
With the first coronavirus, and I was like, well, that doesn't look good.
No.
The problem they're having here is they're having to admit that it's not very deadly. It is not pleasant to have it, but the symptoms are relatively mild other than the stuff on your skin.
Boils.
It says infection is usually mild, but
Boils.
this is the line they're going to have, can result in death. I guess like every other thing you could have can result in death.
Can.
Symptoms are similar to the flu, but the skin lesions bring a lot of discomfort.
Yeah, I bet.
But
it is.
But it's not the Black Plague, even if it were to get here at all.
No.
Even though they're going to try to portray it as it is. And
Rick, it only needs to be bad enough that you can vote remotely. That's
That's
all.
it.
That's
If
the
we can
entire
get-
goal. That's where the infection level will stop.
That is it.
monogamous people, you're in pretty good shape, unless you let a bunch of loose people lay around on your sheets.
Yeah.
So that's. I mean, it's.
Who's on your sheet.
That's it.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So I'm not sure this one will terrify us quite like coronavirus, but they'll try. You know, there'll be scary pictures of these lesions, and
They'll
all
talk
that.
it up. I guarantee you.
And then there'll be drive-through voting again.
Yeah.
Drop boxes. We have to because M-Pox is going to get everybody. Now, if they put Trump in jail, this will magically go away.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
There's a young lady in this movie who dates only the old geezers before they kick off and and Rick Burgess, the scenes of her, well, if you've got to take somebody's oxygen sauce and put it back up,
yes.
And you just, and it just happens so quick. They just throw it in,
sure.
when you least expect
Yes.
it. I'm a fan of that. I will say this, Steve Martin, who I think is extremely funny, and he was good in Father of the Bride and all of that, but he kind of got away from that weird side that he's got.
He pulled a Robin Williams on him.
Yeah, just a little bit, which that's okay. He's got that serious side in this movie, but he's also got the it's a throwback to the Saturday Night Live.
Rabbit ears and
where he dances funny.
Banjo.
Yeah, weird. Just and
the white suit.
He dances in this movie, and you go, well, there's Steve Martin. There's Steve Martin from Saturday Night Live again, trying to dance. But
do y'all realize at one time how strange his humor was?
Yes,
it was very. Let me just say how strange I can be.
And it's still. And how about this? This is what Betty Bussey got so tickled in the movie. I thought I was going to carry her out. You know, she was being too loud. There's one scene where he has to go downtown to an underground club that, let's just say normally, he wouldn't be welcomed in, okay? So he finds some guys coming out of the club, offers them money for their clothes, okay? And he puts on their clothes to be cool to go in. Would you like to guess what kind of necklace he had on?
The same one you got for your birthday.
Exactly the one D gave me for my birthday. Big silver chain with a big dollar sign, diamonds all over it, and you've got to see it. Let me just say, it's our kind of humor. It's funny. 3 slices of pizza. I'd like to see it again.
You'd see it again.
Yes, yes. It's very, very funny. But, hey, warning, Will Robinson, warning.
Well, a little language there.
How about this, though? Really, there was a good point to the whole thing, and if you're a dad, you need to see that movie. Or if you're going to be a dad, you need to see that movie.
Oh, no.
By keeping your priorities in order. Funny.
You mean consistency in parenting? What are you talking about? That'll never work. 12 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
17 minutes past the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. So, Bubba, well, how did your birthday weekend go? I mean, because this past weekend would be the official birthday weekend.
Right. You know, it was a lot of fun, Rick. Very eventful. You know, I've got into turkey hunting now. That's, and I got to go for my second time Saturday morning, and we had a good time. Went with Tommy Lenore and Gary Vines.
Still is on.
He's trying, who I've met. And
dinner?
How about this? The very first time I went turkey hunting was with Kurt Jarvis, okay? Former, great defensive player for the University of Alabama and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And, we walked a little bit, but I want to tell you, going with Gary Vines, he'll walk you to death, okay? At one point, I was hanging over a gate, gasping for air, saying, Gary, I'll just wait here. You know, I will turn into that guy that I'll just wait and you flush him down here and I'll get him.
Well, Kurt Jarvis is a friend of mine and then now a friend of everybody on the show. I brought him here, which means all my friends will try to steal him. But
All right, here we go. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. It's Friday edition. There they go. The golden ticket seat. The guests who want to spin the wheel of canned meat. Here they go. Somebody say, wheel of meat's got me yearning. The wonderful wheel of canned meat.
Come on, give it a try.
Thank you, Helmsey. And we got it illuminated and ready to go. Canned meat, if you land on meat, could win Spam, could win a mystery meat. Other items on the wheel, most of them no longer available. But if they aren't available, then Bubba, look at there. All kinds of Rick and Bubba swag from the past 31 years. All right there.
We got shirts, we got CDs, we got books, we got, whatever these things
whatever
are.
that's a lanyard or
Lanyard,
sometime.
yeah, it's some kind of
got
a 3 on the string thing there.
Oh, yeah. We got all kinds of stuff. A lot of this just out of individual offices here at the Big Boy Studios. Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band, is ready to go.
But Rick, I'm concerned we can't hear the bass.
I am too. Super Tom on the bass. I wish we could hear it. And then Adler on shredding on guitar and lead box, and the real Greg Burgess on the drums. Helmsey on his final day will bring our contestants to the wheel, and we will all say for them, as you got to learn this, we say, "Wow, what a wheel!" Here is Bobby Sue Owen. Bobby Sue, give it a spin. Here we go.
Where's your mic at?
No, doggone it. We can still hear it. There goes Bobby Sue. Bobby Sue. Bobby Sue. Bobby Sue. Bobby Sue. Bobby. Yeah! Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Bobby Sue, nothing in the store that we can give away right now because the numbers are too low, and we're waiting on it. We're back ordered as it is. But look right here, Bobby Sue. All kinds of Rick and Bubba goodies here. We got books, we got CDs, we got shirts. I mean, you name it, we got it.
The Hello Deli.
The Hello Deli from New York City. There we go. Oh, going with got it. What is that one? Got it like we like it. The CD. There. How about a go for Bobby Sue? Go. Go! Go, 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 go!
Now, Helms, you're doing it opposite of Speedy. Is there a reason for that? Or
Well, I think that
you wanted to be that way?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. I figured this is the way to do
buddy.
it.
You do it however you want.
It's really my last day. If I want to top this thing over, I will.
That's right. Cole Skaggs is up next. What do we say to Cole? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Cole. Let it rip, let it rip. All right, here we go. Let's see what Cole...
Any relation to Bob?
Bob Skaggs. He told me he's a breakdown dead ahead. All right, so here we go. Cole Skaggs. Same thing again. Look at here. Yeah! Meat, 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 meat. Bubba, it's meat. And if you want to, looks like he pulls out of the meat pile Spam. How about that right there?
There you go.
How about it, Cole Skaggs?
That meat will be around after all of us are gone.
Oh, yeah. How about a go for Cole Skaggs? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Here comes Will Penton. What do we say for Will? Wow, what a wheel! A little redundant there. Here we go, Will. A reverse spin.
I like that shirt, Will.
A reverse spin. All right, here we go. Yeah. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. All right, grab something off the table here, Will. We don't have anything in stock.
I'm thinking I was really wanting Henry the horse.
Well,
it's okay.
It's all right. You got,
we got socks under here.
Yeah, what kind of shirt is that one there?
It looks like a throwback.
A throwback shirt.
Scene urn.
Scene urn, our hunting shirt right there. How about that? How about a go for Will? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Up next, Laurie Falconberry. What do we say for Laurie? Here we go. Wow, what a wheel! Come on, Laurie, let it rip. All right, let's see what happens here. All right. Laurie. See if she can get a win. Come in. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah! Cup! Drink it! Don't have it. So right here, just grab something off the table. There's books, T-shirts, CDs, lanyards. Where you going with the book? We Be Big, The History of Rick and Bubba. You'll learn a lot right there.
Should be a textbook.
How about a go for Laurie? Go! 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 Bubba, say hello to Stephen Fowler.
What's up, Stephen?
What do we say for Stephen? Wow, what a whale! Let it rip, Stephen. Here we go. Okay. All right, get that baby up there. Let's see what Stephen
I'm
gets.
just supposed to hold the mic up so we hear it going click.
It's all right.
There you go.
Look, your final day, you put that right where you want it. Well, let me take that back. Bandana. Bandana. Not available. So
I had
let's
to look for a minute. I couldn't tell what it was.
So come over here and let's see, Stephen. Any of that you want? We've got
big book of hunting under there
look
too.
Right there.
Yeah,
Look
don't
right
forget
there.
that,
I mean,
baby.
just any of those. Just
3D cover.
Yeah,
on that
sure.
one.
Oh, going with Got It Like We Like It.
Got It Like
the
We
CD.
Like
There it
It.
is. Greg, what about a go for Stephen? Go! My goal is that Greg's good and sweaty at the end of this. Karen.
Rick, before I just want to point out something.
All right.
Since Bubba called me out on the side I was on, I've been asking since, and everybody has picked that.
I think
side.
everybody prefers that.
No,
side.
I didn't call you out. I just asked you if you wanted to.
I wanted
you
everybody
do whatever
to know.
you want to do.
I want everybody to know I'm giving them a choice.
That's right. From the drums. What are we saying for Karen? Wow, what a whale. Let's go, Karen. Let it rip. All right, let's just see what we got here.
And a big spin it is.
Big spin for Karen.
Enormous spin.
A minute ago, Karen was telling on everybody in here. All right, so here let's see what happens here. All right, here we go.
Well,
Come
we
on.
really hear it click.
Well, we can. Karen. It's amazing how many times that happens.
I know.
Bandana. You know that's not possible, is it? Bandana. Don't have it, Karen. Come over here and look at all the stuff we do have available.
What's a We Be Big?
Yeah, We Be Big,
That's
another
a
book,
classic.
right? Erica Scudder. Erica's making her way to the wheel. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel. All right, Erica, let it rip.
All the way from the Great Lakes.
Yep, here we go. All right, let's see, Erica. Can Erica get a win here? Can Erica get a win? Oh, look at here. Look at here. Yeah! Spam it is.
Give me spam.
Erica got spam.
Fuel for the brain. Make it fry.
Everybody.
Cause it eases stomach pain.
On the grill. Served with candied yams.
I don't care what else you give me.
Give me spam.
Give me spam.
So spam it is. And Bubba, we are out of time, but we will come back because we have two that still want to spin, and we'll let them spin. We got Amy and Guy that still want to come back and give it a whirl. So Rock and Roll City in the break will play for the Tubers, America's favorite house band.
If you can hear it.
If and I don't know, you may not be able to hear it. Their volume's a little low today. So Rock and Roll City in the break. We have two that still are yet to spin, so we'll let them spin when we come back, and then we'll get into some other, like your phone calls before the hour's over. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, check, two. Hey, Bubba doesn't like it loud. Well, that's just too bad, friends. Because we're about to rock and roll. This is a song about when your friend gets emotional, just interrupt him and just totally sideswipe him like Greg did to Helms. So in honor of Helms' last day, when your friend gets emotional, just interrupt him, make fun of him or something like that. And that's what a true friend does. And what key is it in, Tom?
What's the shuffle? How about A minor? Why don't y'all just play something and let me, I don't know.
Let's do it.
I don't know.
Yeah! If your friend starts crying, don't let him cry. Just make fun of him if there's a tear in his eye. If your friend starts crying, don't let him cry. 'Cause real men, they don't cry.
for crying. Real men don't cry. They make fun of their friends for crying. Real men don't cry. They make fun of their friends for crying. Real men don't cry. Never, never, never cried out. All right, Greg, get ready, buddy. Get ready, Greg. It's time for your drum solo. And I want this drum solo to be so good that I cry. Go, 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 Greg. Except for rock and roll. The only thing real men cry out is rock and roll, rock and Wow, I actually cried during that song. Rock and roll is the only thing that it makes me cry. That was so good I cried.
Rock and roll makes me cry. Because, I did bring the Lenores and Rick Owsley. Whoop, gone. But
you know what we've got now? We've got friends stealing other friends.
Oh, yeah.
Though. Have you noticed
That's
that?
terrible.
It's,
But he told me, quote from him after taking Bubba turkey hunting, he said, "I'm not sure that's Bubba's hunting." He said there's a lot of walking, a lot of hill climbing. He said, "I'm not sure."
But see, here's the point. When I went with Kurt, I had just come off a 10-day virus.
That's true.
Now, and when I went with Gary Vines, I was just finishing up with walking pneumonia.
Yeah, so you hadn't been out there fresh.
Yeah, I need like at least 1 week without a major disease, and then go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think that would make a big difference. But I thought the key was to call the turkey to you, not race him in a marathon.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right, yes.
And I
That's a
thought
good
the
point.
art was bring the turkey to you.
Well, that's what I thought. You sat down and that's all it was.
Yeah, and
you gotta find him, though.
Oh, Rick, you listen, you call, you walk. Oh, he's over there. You get over there, he called, he's back over here. And I went, shouldn't I just sit there? Wouldn't I be on him now?
Right.
You know, I mean, but hey, these turkey hunters are serious about it.
Yes.
But what the point being, though, Gary Vines is such a dedicated turkey hunter. He walked me a lot worse than NFL tackle Kurt Jarvis did.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And he drives a bulldozer. I mean,
I'll tell you this. My dear friend Kurt Jarvis is probably up to be stolen because he made the mistake of going, anything you need for the move, call me. I'm home all weekend. I've had to stay home because, we had a family deal, but I'll still be around. Well, I called him in, and I pretty much took his whole weekend away. Took it away and destroyed it. So
you didn't call a friend to help move, did you?
I did, but I told him the reason why I couldn't call y'all is because we have a deal that we don't help each other move.
I bet you'll have one with Kurt now.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's. He said he wanted the same deal.
Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, Francisco Marquez, our guest, he was a political prisoner in Venezuela, from Venezuela, now in the United States, and he can tell you about the plight of the people of Venezuela, the situation that's going on there, and warning America of making the same mistakes. Catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. So we have two in the golden ticket seats that wanted to spin the wheel, and they didn't get an opportunity to do so because we ran out of time and hit the hard break at the bottom. So we've got Amy Zertsky. She did not get a chance to spin, so she works her way now to the wheel. So what do we say for Amy? Wow, what a wheel! All right, let it rip, Amy. Here we go. You ready? Let it rip. So let's see if Amy, what she can come up with. We did have Tom turn the bass up for some of you. Right. So here we go. We'll look at this. Oh, we got two spam. Another spam.
It's fuel for the brain.
We got a spam.
I mean, y'all can have a cookout when you get back to Michigan.
I mean, that's it. Northern folks with spam. We'll show them how to grill it. Served with candied yam. Everybody sing.
I don't care
how much
you give me.
That's it. Give me spam. Everybody.
give me spin.
All right, so we got our final spin. It's Guy Falconberry. He's ready to go. What do we say for Guy? Wow, what a win! All right, let it rip, Guy. Let it rip.
Guy with a big spin.
Mm-hmm. What's Guy having his shirt there? My rights don't end where what? Where your feelings begin. That's good, yeah. That's good stuff. Come on. Oh! Henry the horse! Henry the horse! We got Henry! Guy spins Henry. Henry the horse. Henry the horse. There you go. Oh, Henry! Oh, well, Bubby's going to break dance.
Uh-oh.
Henry. Here
Who does he think he is, Shogun?
Look at Henry. Look at Henry. Or even Raygun. Look at him. I think Shogun was a Japanese restaurant. Look at him. Look at Henry.
And a bully in The Last Dragon.
You're right. Look at Henry. Great job.
Henry.
You can represent Australia. Henry. Watch out, Henry. Don't hit the wall. There he goes. How about give Helms a hug? It's Helms' last day.
Come give Helms a hug,
Come give Helms a hug. Get out here and give him a hug. What a horse. Get out here and give him a horse.
Give him a hug, not a horse.
Give him a hug.
Wait a minute. Where's he going?
I don't know.
He's so acrobatic.
Look, oh, isn't that precious? What a scene.
No, more breakdancing.
More breakdancing. What a horse. What a horse. Oh, man.
That Henry.
Isn't he something?
He is wired up. You never know what he's been watching in the barn.
Well, congratulations to all of you in the golden ticket seats who desired to spin the wheel of meat. And for those of you that were afraid of it, we understand.
Yes.
So
wisely so.
Helmsey, you're down to the final segments, bro.
How about that?
I mean, how's that
And then
feel?
there was two.
And you got to get up there and hold the wheel of meat. Speedy left that behind for you.
I had to get Henry out here. I wanted to see Henry one last time. So that was me.
Yeah.
Manipulated the wheel.
No, well, Speedy manipulates you from time to time. If you go too long without a Henry, Speedy will make sure it lands.
Sure.
So
I was that picture I was talking about of the Good Time Gang. Not sure who come up with that name or whatever, but we've kind of went with it. But this is my favorite picture, and it's been in my office of us three, the Good Time Gang.
Yeah.
And I put it up right here, and I don't know if Adler can zoom in on it.
Do you see it, Adler?
It's
oh,
us.
there it is. Yeah.
It's us, and it's serious us. Like we look like we're posing for some kind of I don't know what we're posing for, but we've all kind of got coffee, and we're just
Where are you?
Hanging out. We're in the kitchen of the Vestavia studio.
Okay. Adler, can we get it right here?
Look a little younger than that.
We do. We look a lot younger.
I was just going to see because it's hard to see from on that other monitor.
I don't know.
There it is. Okay, yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Please look at our facial expressions in this. That's what I love about this.
That's probably after the sports show when we'd been there all day.
Yeah. It's like your album cover.
It really does. It really does look like that.
How soon into that sports show did y'all begin to regret it?
I don't think we really did.
I was okay. I would start getting that way, and then payday would come, and I'd get over it.
Right, that would be the end of it.
I go, ooh, that's okay.
It didn't hit me until we stopped doing it, and then I realized, so y'all were on the air for 8 hours a day.
That's my concern.
And you still had an hour on the front end and back end to do your other stuff.
Yeah.
So we didn't really realize it until we were finished with it, and we were like, okay, so this is how everybody else lives. Normal. They live normal hours.
Right.
And so it was some normalcy getting when we stopped doing the show. But those three right there have had some fun in the last 15 years. I can promise you that.
Yep.
Oh,
and it's from not only, like I said, not on the studio. Y'all hear that, but there's things that we have done together. Greg and I have gone to SEC. We made an SEC football tour one year. I mean, we forget about when we all went to the SEC championship with Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah.
There's 10 unreal memories for that. And yes, Bubba, so we had access to that. We had to do a show live from SEC Media the day before.
I forgot about that.
But we weren't going to the game.
Yeah, that bunch we were working for wouldn't give us tickets.
We were just doing a live show and either going to find somewhere to watch it or come home. And Bubba didn't just buy seats to get in. He bought us primo.
Of course.
seats.
Why not? If you're going to buy them, buy good ones.
You're going that far, you can't leave.
And listen, there were things that happened that night and through the day
that
fun.
goodness we can't share. But
we had
you know, I was going to tell y'all Speedy had got those tickets, but I knew y'all wouldn't believe it.
Come on.
You might as well heal the blind.
Are you kidding?
I mean,
do y'all realize that was the same day? If I correct me wrong, that was the day the Helena Honkies thing
Yes,
happened.
and he was mad at us.
And he did not speak to us until we got past Oxford.
Yeah,
Serious
Greg
business.
said it might have been Carrollton.
It was close.
It may have been.
Listen,
I think we'd hit the line, our phones had changed time
and
zones.
now he misremembers and acts like he wasn't mad. No, he was mad.
He was mad.
Well, and look, I'll be honest, he deserved to be mad. We got out of hand.
Did he really?
Well,
no. Let me
look. I'm sorry.
No.
I had to. It felt like that it was dragging, so we had to liven it up a little bit.
Let me say this, and you can see.
Right,
You can
Bubba?
see. You
No,
can,
I was completely honest in everything I said.
That may have been the best part.
But here's the thing: pulling the curtains back, okay, and you see these even on some of the flashbacks and stuff, and we want to, we want to help family members and help people, with the show but sometimes when you're getting on the show and you're doing one of these things where I did a million of them, where you're doing it for your kids, you're doing it for family. We've all done them. You're doing it for some organization that you're with and all that. And then you get on the air and you realize, and this is what happened that day, you kind of panic and you're like, I don't think this is a good show. And you start thinking, how can I make this funny? And that's when the people that, whoever you are on the show that you're personally connected to them, you pay a price. You become sacrificial because the guys on the show, which is the right thing to do, by the way, begin to care more about the audience out there than they do the discomfort they're going to cause within the room.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. And it's happened to all of us to some degree.
Now, granted, the whole
you just
school was listening. But
right.
Yeah,
And
but what I'm talking about is even
called an assembly for it. Don't forget.
But even
for the big announcement.
But in all fairness, even one school compared to the millions in the audience, I'm afraid the millions are more important.
Yes,
they are.
Yeah.
And the beauty is when you pull both off, and it doesn't really hurt. It doesn't really hurt the show. Everybody thinks it was interesting or whatever. Those are the good ones. But when we're the most dangerous is when you're in here and you're the person that's going to have to deal with it, and the rest of the staff panics and says, "We need to do something funny right here," and you just pay a price.
And a lot of times it's
eventually worked.
For the benefit of the audience.
Look, it was worth the silent treatment we got to the Georgia line.
It was.
It was worth it.
And Speedy would probably tell you now it was worth him not being welcome at the school for a while.
Yeah, he had to lay low.
And his family probably being mad at him for upsetting everybody.
So don't forget, he had that cardboard box.
Do you notice he loves this memory? If you bring this up, Greg loves this
it was
memory.
a new school around here.
It's like he remembers
And
every
they were
detail.
voting
He
on
can't
the-
remember to get AAA batteries, but he can't forget this.
No.
They were renaming the mascot, and they were going to open the box and reveal it. And Bubba Bird said, "Well, I hope it ain't." And what he said, he hoped it wasn't. Of course, that's what it was. All the kids were waiting. They all voted.
Let me tell you one thing. Whatever it is, here's what I hope
I'll
it's
tell you
not.
what, I hope it ain't. And it was.
Of course it was. And then how did y'all get in trouble? Because you jumped in?
I said it. They should have named them the Helena Honkies.
Oh,
which
that's
I thought
right.
was funny.
I forgot about that.
And I went on that run.
We started doing about their new fight songs.
Yeah, how Free Bird be their fight song.
Y'all remember Speedy had on his desk a piece of paper. It was a football field.
But that was so before this.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, this was all during this, and it had a pickaxe cross.
It was sharp.
It did. It was a good-looking logo. The miners.
It
That's
was.
what they were talking about.
It was really cool.
And I thought that's what they had chosen.
But you missed when a couple of
Yeah,
weeks
obviously
before
I did.
he announced that one's out.
Right.
It's down to,
in all fairness, I think somebody brought donuts in about the time he mentioned it.
It was down to Huskies.
I lost focus.
It was down to Huskies and Hawks. We were told that was the final two.
Yeah, I don't recall that either.
And Bubba wasn't a fan of Huskies.
Well,
apparently.
you know,
Unfortunately, that was the stuffed animal in the box.
Unfortunately, that was what they named.
Well, it was a
all the kids' faces.
It was a cold weather dog. I mean, it just didn't seem to fit.
And all the kids were listening.
And we had another one up to. But anyway,
I'm with you though. I thought the miners was a good one.
Picture me standing there.
You know,
with all the new Husky T-shirts ready to hand them out.
I tell you what, I hope it ain't. Stupid Huskies.
It was on me. It was on me.
Well, you got some people to draft with you pretty quick. You got somebody drafted with
Let
you
me tell
pretty
you who
quick.
wasn't happy. That was one Calvin Wilbur.
He was not happy.
He wasn't.
It took about 75 miles for him to get over it.
And a couple of kills. But
I don't think he ever got over it with me ever.
No, he didn't.
We'll be back. Final phone calls coming up for the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, I know I already played it, but here's the video. I know I already played this. I'm sorry, but it's Helms' last day. I got to play this. Here's the video from the 20th anniversary tour of Goodnight. Look at that. Thank you for watching YouTube. Give us a thumbs up and a like and hit that bell for notifications.
Yeah, well, how many of you here, maybe you yourself suffer from a disorder that Greg has or someone you know, rude Tourette's?
I owe this man an apology. This is what I'm going to apologize for, kind of.
Yeah, and it's not just those who have rude Tourette's who suffer, Bubba.
Yeah, rude Tourette's, too. It really strikes the family. The ones you love the most.
The ones you love. And Helmsey, boy, did you face it?
I did.
Now,
I'm embarrassed. Rick,
at a
here's the
very
deal.
emotional moment in my life.
Before you set this up, I will say this, and you'll see it in the video. When you see yourself doing this, it's a whole nother world. I felt bad.
Helmsey, you coached high school baseball one year.
I did.
And on a very good team. Should have probably won the state championship. Had the players to do it.
Thanks for the reminder, Rick.
Sorry,
better
buddy.
coaching, they'd have took it.
Yep.
Helmsey's trying to tell these parents and these players, because he's probably not going to get to coach again, because he has smaller children he's got to take care of in a job. And he's breaking down. He's even getting emotional on the show. Well, Mr. RT looks up on our TVs and sees Chaz Bono shirtless.
It was unbelievable.
And the rest, they say, is history. Here it is.
Rick, the first step in dealing with RT is admitting there's a problem.
Y'all do that all the time.
Here we go, Rick. All right, Rick, can you please?
Weeds are good.
All right, here we go.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog-eater puppy.
It was better than I thought, by the way. Wow.
What? Back it up. Let's hear it again. I can hear it again.
How about? I apologize, by the way.
No, back it up.
That was horrible.
Now, this is good therapy because Greg hears himself now. You have to make him see it.
I'm sorry, Helm.
Gosh, I'm crying.
One more time, please. For me.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break.
Look,
and,
you getting a little emotional.
I was. Yeah, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog-eater puppy.
I can't even say one more time.
I can't cut everybody's mic off, Rick.
I want y'all to understand how much I wanted them to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Listen to the passion and the heartfeltness in Helms.
When he says you don't get to coach a team like that, your voice is cracking.
Oh, yeah. I had to take
About
a
to
deep breath.
cry.
Oh, yeah.
Well, good thing I bet you.
Oh, my gosh.
One more time.
Speedy, one more time, please.
Cut all the mics off.
All right.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog-eater puppy.
Happy birthday, Betty.
Oh, Helms, are you okay? I've never seen anybody get hit that hard.
That's horrible. That's terrible. I was so wrong.
Let me tell you what, Greg, if that was you T-boning Helms, how about the ambulance doesn't even have the siren on?
That's horrible. Helms, I apologize. On there.
Look at that.
Oh, my gosh.
Just go ahead, Speedy, go ahead and put that in the instant replay right now in the break.
I got to have it. Oh, my.
Oh, my God. Greg, I hope now that you've heard yourself, you realize you got a problem. That worked, by the way. You got a problem. That's horrible. I shouldn't have done that.
How's that brownie?
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
Phone calls coming in. We do have a power source that went down. Super Tom, the engineer, working on it. So we have no ability to screen the phone calls or answer them until we're taking them on the air. So we do have a delay, though, in case you try to be cute. But if you have comments and questions, if the phone's ringing, don't worry. That doesn't mean anything. We do see you, and we'll try to get to those as we can. First, golden ticket seats. Golden ticket seats today. They come from all over. Jenna Owen, Bobby Sue Owen, Cole Skaggs, Will Penton, Brock Miller, Doris Miller, Laurie Falkenberry, Stephen Fowler, Karen Daly, Erica Shutter, Amy Zertsky, and Guy Falkenberry. All in the golden ticket seats today. Everybody except two never watched a show before today. So they got in here just in time. Bubba, I need a number between 1 and 12.
They're all shuffled up. What about number 12?
Number 12, Cole Skaggs. Cole Skaggs gets himself a $50 gift card from Dr. Dudney. It's American Express gift card, so lunch today is on Cole. Thank you, Dr. Dudney and the gang, and for providing this. And I'll circle this for you, Mr. Helms, for the final time. I'll hand that off to you, and here's the deal.
Thank you, sir.
And we're going to get a picture?
And we can go get a picture and all that before we wrap it up. Helms, this is your last chance to talk to the audience. We can go to some phone calls. We've covered a lot today.
Listen, I say go to the audience.
Okay.
I've said enough.
Okay.
You've made it without losing it.
I have made it without getting emotional
I
and
saved you.
a little misty and a little teary-eyed. But I'll just simply say again, for those of you that have meant so much to this show and meant to my family, I love you, both the audience. I love you guys. And I will see y'all around. And the audience, listen, here's the deal. I'm going to be at Jacksonville State University 10, 12 hours a day. And if you can't get by there and see me on the tennis court, then there's a good chance between 5:30 and 7:30 in the morning, you probably catch me at Buc-ee's.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And Bubba said a minute ago, he said, Jack State's got a new logo. He said, I hope it's not that old rooster.
Looks like Foghorn Leghorn.
Brandon in Alabama.
I'll say.
Brandon, go right ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
So, in the 2028 Olympics in L.A., I had heard they were replacing breakdancing with pillow fighting.
I would rather watch it.
I'd rather watch that, too. Anniston/Huntsville/United States. Welcome to the program. Don't have your name, but you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Stephanie from Lincoln. I just wanted to say congratulations to Helms and to Bubba for their positions at JSU. And today is actually moving day at JSU for my daughter, so that's where I'm headed right now.
Awesome.
I'm going to avoid Walmart.
That's right. Greg.
It seems like every year I go to Walmart on the day they're
don't do that.
I'll see you at the parking sticker line.
Yeah, don't do that. Let's go to Cecil in Georgia. Cecil, go ahead.
Cecil.
Well, that's what it says, brother. I'm sorry. The last time you called here, they must have wrote you down as Cecil.
Somebody
so
Cecil.
Whatever your name is, go right ahead.
I just wanted to ask how much you think those offensive linemen make per year in college.
In college, it's according to where you're playing. Each school pays differently.
I was thinking that myself.
Some don't pay at all, so it varies wildly. I don't know. It's according to how good you are. Now,
$200 or something?
How much?
Now, there's a lot of people that
wasn't it Texas that had the 75,000 for any starter?
So probably somewhere in there.
I think it's probably more than that at some of the big schools.
Yeah. So nobody knows. Cecil, why was that on your mind?
Yeah. I don't know. It's football season almost.
Cecil, do you remember what we talked about drinking before noon? I'd hang on.
Rick, I want to point out.
You're disregarding that.
I want to point out one of these text messages. This is the kind of stuff we deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So there people been pouring their hearts out over text messages.
Sure. I've been watching.
Here's one up here. Helmsey, you suck. May God bless your new venture.
That's from one extreme to the other. Isn't it?
I had an email earlier. I shared this with the Golden Ticket Seats. The email started off with something of the nature like, you were not my favorite person. Couldn't stand you, I think is what they said.
That's nice.
Sure.
At first, I couldn't stand you, ... And then they went into saying some very nice things.
Well, they could have left at first.
Well, basically,
they could have.
They sound like Greg.
Well, that's what I said. I actually thought Greg was the one that sent it.
Good point.
Yeah.
So.
Greg all over again.
Yeah.
Well, and isn't it weird? It's just human nature. Human nature, and is you can get 50 encouraging emails, and you get one that people just think you're just the bottom, the scum of the earth.
That's the only one you remember.
And if the show could get rid of you, it would finally do something.
Sure.
And why do you think about that and forget the other 50 that God sent your way?
Yeah.
You think that frustrates you?
It's just human nature.
Probably. Let's go to Boo out of Dothan.
Hey,
Boo,
Boo,
go ahead.
Hey, Boo.
Boo.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Helms, man, I hate to see you go, but I hope you're very successful, and I just want to thank you for all the laughs and the one-liners, and the funniest thing I've ever heard has got to be Good Night. Look at that. Who knew you just had to go lose in the playoffs just to get the funniest radio bit ever?
That's good.
They had to give up the championship.
Let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, good luck to you. You and Jacksonville State there, Helmsy. Enjoy listening to you and Mama's Boy and Speedy in the mornings. But you know what they say. The show must go on. So don't let the door hit you with the good Lord split you.
Is a bar open? Is there a bar open this time of day?
Please look up what's up there.
Is this a holiday weekend? Or what?
Right. There it is.
Is the show on in there, and they're all passing the payphone around?
I think so.
It's
I don't know.
It's like St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Right. Let's go to. Oh boy, there's the shot.
Moment.
There's the moment. Let's go to Gadsden, Alabama. Gadsden, 30 seconds. Go. Yeah.
Sorry, Rick, about sorry.
Quickly.
Hey, awesome show. Worked with Helms' dad for years, Mac Daddy. Helms have thoroughly enjoyed listening to you all these years.
You know what,
Thank
Helms?
you, brother.
Don't let the door hit you.
Good Lord,
Love you guys.
Love you, Helmsy.
Gonna
There he
miss y'all.
goes. Helmsy's era on the Rick and Bubba Show for now has ended today. But we'll see him from time to time. And, of course, we'll have him on call a little bit because we got a few handles he'll have to deal with still. But, but Helms, we wish you nothing but the best.
See you, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.